take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Can I take you to a place I call home? Down south in Pneumatic where my family roams. It's a hot summer day and we all kicking back, sipping on a cold one. Now what you think about that? That's life here on this island paradise. Yo, I'm going back soon, but I might think twice, cause that city life is way too fast. Yo, I'd rather stay in Guam because this life is bad. Ass and beaches, surrounded by my nature. No need to worry about these player haters and my culture. I got love for my people, still rapping Guam, staying true to my chat loose. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
I come representing Guam, USA. Raised on a hill in the Ville by the bay. Y to the O and to the is A. Me Scoop Dog on the mic getting busy. Y'all know this pot. Cruising the day, then park the spot after dark in the village. Jordan is where you'll find me, or down in Naval Mad, who my now's right beside me. We just chillin', cause that's the way we do. Call the Chelus, tell them we gon' barbecue. The crew rollin' by tonight. We got Slim on the left and YD to the right.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
I gotta get some brew, cause I just got paid. Put up the canopy to get some shade, so we could kick back like it was nothing at all, while my primos and my homies playing basketball. The day is going smooth the way I thought it would be. Me and my family by the coconut tree, relaxed, waiting for the food to be done. My nephew's calling me to play one-on-one. I said, wait boy, I have to make the tanak, and once I get finished, I cook the tatagat, so we can chow down like we never did. Call everybody, especially the kids. We're just kicking back in the village. All the kids are playing around with the family. We're just kicking back on the island. Memories we're talking about with just you and me.
Oh yeah. We're here in the beautiful island of Guam, sitting down in the wonderful village of Pneumatic. It's a beautiful day today. Sun shining bright, shimmering along the bay. Family, children laughing around. That's how we do it down here on my island.
Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining. Let me take you to an island where the sun never stops shining.
Stay connected through The Link. Each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
From USA is where I come from, and that's where I ought to be. Enjoying the girls along on the beach and under the coconut tree. Warm is good, warm is hot, warm is just such a little spot. It's a beautiful island that you've never seen, where America's day begins.
This is a compilation of words written down on the board of my dreams. This is a complicated line with too much rhyme and sound, it seems. But you seem to love when I sing. The troubles do seek to love when I sing. The troubles do singing. Why you gotta be so afraid when you know this feeling will never fade? So you gotta hold me and never let me go. Scored me, told me that you love me, so please me. Put me in your mighty grip, squeeze me. Let the juices of our love drip. Hold me and never let me go. Scored me, told me that you love me, so please me. Put me in your mighty grip, squeeze me. Let the juices of our love drip down. There is a hidden meaning in each strand that I can never understand to tell you. It's like there is this burning inside, thoughts and turning my mind to explain what I do. But you seem to love when I sing. The troubles do seek to love when I sing. The troubles do singing. Why you gotta be so afraid when you know this feeling will never fade? So you gotta hold me and never let me go. Scored me, told me that you love me, so please me. Put me in your mighty grip, squeeze me. Let the juices of our love drip. Hold me and never let me go. Scored me, told me that you love me, so please me. Put me in your mighty grip, squeeze me. Let the juices of our love drip down, down. Baby, keep it dripping, slow down the time. The clock from the ticking, try to understand. It'll be a Superman if you continue to slip or reach as fast as I can. And when you squeeze me, you please me. Try your best not to leave me. And when I see you with a thirst, so you know I'll be first in line. So let the juices of our love drip. Hold me and never let me go. Scored me, told me that you love me.
Rosinha, uli die sombranza tremach et zu ita saluda antes de niga Radzauds and malak estrezas durante em todo ememu a nogi distância como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata Gaigi, pues atan fani bandera, kau esta pagua pumalapa, giluk tanu man libri, sentami ti man ko badi.
Fanogi tamoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi toru ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibai isla sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibai isla sin parat todo y tiempo y paz para kita dan gini ni langit na bendition Conchai piligu na fan sofuham Zeus protehis languahon Conchai piligu na fan sofuham Zeus protehis languahon
live my life without you. Even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know, hey. The way you look tonight, that second glass of wine got me thinking. There's something about the kiss. Boy, you didn't mean it. Got me thinking. I'm thinking. One of the things that I've been feeling. Oh, it's time you hear it. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. You know, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, you got all of me, and I belong to you. You're my everything. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. 'Cause even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know, in case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know.
Good morning, Guam. Right on. Hey, morning, Sabrina.
Morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Good.
How are you feeling this morning?
Feeling good. Boosted.
Boost. All right, so all four for four.
Yep. Someone was telling me.
Can I be the ace of hearts?
Yeah, you can.
Because Bree's obviously like.
I'm gonna be the jack.
No, we're four of a kind.
I don't play cards, bro.
So okay, so I'm the ace of hearts. Joser would probably be ace of spades because he's crafty like that.
Right.
He also likes Motorhead. You would be the ace of. What's left?
Well, there's clubs
The
and
clubs.
diamonds.
Then what?
I think Bree is the diamond.
Bree's diamond.
Diamond all the
Definitely
way. Diamond G. Hi, Bree.
Hey.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Diamond's our girl's best friend. I'm sure somebody said that at one point.
Let me send my booster video. Someone was,
yes.
Someone was telling me, hey, you guys are got your booster shot. You're all so young. Well, thank you so much. Wow. Guess we're expanding the definition of young. Let me put that in there. Hey, good morning. It's Thursday, November 4th, right here on the link, brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box. It's another one. Another Thursday, November 4th already. Bree and I were able to do a great segment that we got coming up for Feed Me Fridays. Kind of like a wake-up call that it's November because we did a Thanksgiving meal.
Yeah, it was kind of weird, but the food was so
Awesome.
good.
Yeah. We'll get that tomorrow on Feed Me Fridays. It says 6:25 again, coming up on the show this morning. Norm Analista, he's doing a fundraiser, right? And he's coming on.
Yes, he is.
Coming on to talk about it. Also, Senator Jim Moylan. Boy, what was going on with the session yesterday?
I don't think. Well, they didn't. They didn't really pass anything regarding the war claims error. It was more discussion on the error and how that error happened. So, I think they go back in at 1.
Right. Yeah. And then so it was it Senator Joanne Brown who had kind of, because she was on the show and she was saying, hey, yeah, we got the timeline from the speaker, but she had really been the one who was like, I want to go in and I want to question the staff and, you know what I mean, find out exactly what happened so that, you know, we can make sure it doesn't happen again.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of what was happening yesterday as they were, they brought up the clerk of the legislature, Mrs. Renee Mennel, for questioning, right? And she was kind of going into the whole process. And from what I understand, it was that the speaker's amendment, they had needed to make like a technical correction, so it got passed on to the next person, and then it kept going all the way to the bill.
Which was signed.
Which was signed by everybody. I mean, you know, and there was something in there, I mean, with Senator Joanne Brown, she was like, oh, what do I got to do? I got to be a proofreader? Well, yeah, you're a senator. I mean, you got to proofread stuff. Should you already be proofreading it? Yeah, but I think this really shows that, well, I don't know, people aren't really reading what they're signing. But who does really, right? I mean, you got to...
Right, because you have people that are supposed to be doing that.
Right.
So, you know, I tend to see what Senator Brown is saying.
Right, yeah.
You know.
But there's also the CYA method.
What is that?
Cover your ass. You know what I mean? Make sure. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's not like it was just one person that... I mean, this, again, was all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
So it continues today. And we are actually, I'm trying to get Senator Joanne on today. We get Senator Moylan on. There's another bill that they've got that is basically like the mistake version of the war claims bill.
But with the funding source, like tax credits, I believe, something like that. That's Senator Moylan, the author of this original bill, and Vice Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes, also the author. And then you've got Senator Amanda Shelton.
Yeah, so it's pretty juicy stuff. 628, you know.
And if you guys actually want to see what we're talking about, there's like a 14-minute like clip, and we isolated it. It's on our YouTube channel right now if you guys want to check it out.
Nice. Mm-hmm. It is 628 here, Thursday, November 4th. Let's go ahead and get into the news.
Well, you want to show your...
Yeah, I actually do.
Your booster highlight. Yeah. And of course, because you were shooting yourself, you shot in 4K, so this looks
Before we
stunning.
do that, though, Jay, I want to, if you could just go over the testing and the vaccination sites for today.
Yeah, let me... Okay, so testing today, of course, over at Tidzin. It begins at 8. 8 to 12 is when it's going to happen. So if you need to get tested and know your status, please mosey on over to what used to be, and I guess technically still is, the Carnival Grounds over in Tidzin. Once again, 8 in the morning until 12 in the afternoon. You can also go to any of your private clinics if you so desire. Know your status. Also of note today, because it is the 4th, from 9 in the morning until 12, there will be a... Let me make sure I got this right. Okay, that's the Booster Vaccination Village Clinic is going to be in Sinania, and that serves residents in the central villages of Sinania, Hagania, and Agania Heights, 9 to 12 at the Sinania Mayor's Office. And then there is nothing until next Monday, and that's going to be at the UOG Fieldhouse serving Manila, Barrigada, Ordet Salampago, Mongmong Totomaiti, and Jonia. That's going to be a big one.
Yeah.
So today, 9 to 12 at the Sinania Mayor's Office. Also, down in Hagat, because today is the 4th, there's going to be food commodities distribution. They have 400 bags. They begin at 1 in the afternoon for constituents of the Southern Village only, please.
All right, 6:30. Yeah, so I went to get my boost. Bree, you got your booster, what, Monday? Monday or Tuesday?
Late Monday.
Late Monday, right? And so I was able to go to AMC. I took my mom to get the booster. We both got our second shot, I think, in March. And I went to go get it because I was talking to a speaker the other day after she had tested positive, and she actually had her second shot in March. And so did I and my mom, and I was like, oh, my God. And then we get all these doctors on, the public health people. Dr. Ann's data says that...
not live on this show.
Not live on the show. And in previous episodes of The Link, we have had them. And they say, it's like 4.5 months is the window from your second shot to when you can catch the COVID again. And so, we popping up the videos there. Nurse Francis and the AMC team, always great. There was a lot of people getting boosted.
Oh, good.
Yeah. I was like the youngest one.
And you guys are way braver than I am, because Joe Sir was the first of our little team in here, and he got his on a Friday, and he goes, Jace, if you can't get it like on a Friday or Saturday, because working can be rather laborious if you have that. But you seem fine this morning. No ill effects whatsoever, right?
Yeah. No, I was a little like out of it in the afternoon, but I don't know if that's because we ate turkey and mashed potatoes for lunch. And then my arm was sore, but I don't know if it was from the booster or from the workout that I did the morning that I got the booster. So I don't know. But I'm here. I'm still alive. I'm fully magnetized, which is pretty cool. That at least something will be attracted.
And so the four of us, Bree probably like you. Bree, you said your arm still is a little achy, right?
Oh yeah, it is.
Is it like your fafa too?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, my left, I got it in my left one because if they tried to do it in the right, it probably would have broke the needle. So I got it in the left.
Well, you know what they say, right? Between your arms, the left one's iron, the right one's steel. If this one doesn't get you, then this one will.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. So there were a lot of people getting the booster. Guys, I feel like, especially if you got your second shot, more than 6 months, more than 4 months back, they've kind of opened up the booster for. There's a lot of different categories, including those who come into contact with a lot of people, and members of the media are frontliners, and so that, and then also I got my whole little pre-diabetes thing and a smidgen of the hypertension, so I just figured let me get boosted because I live with my mom.
Yeah, and if you're wondering if you want to get the booster, but you're just thinking it's like, okay, when the vaccine came out, first it was healthcare practitioners, and then it was teachers, and then then it was the elderly too. Check out Public Health's website, will you? dphss.guam.gov. You might be surprised at the number of people that actually do qualify now for the booster. It's been extended, so if you take care of someone in your house who may be elderly, depending on what you do for a living, your work situation, and everything like that, you might qualify. So if you want to get boosted, just check out their site, and you might be delightfully surprised.
Right, and you can also find the information on our social media as well as on our site.
So we're gonna play your clip, right?
Yeah. Well, it's just 14 seconds.
14 seconds of you.
That's it. You got it, Joe?
I got it.
Yeah. Of course, I had to throw in a selfie with Nurse Francis too.
Okay, ready?
Yep. Yeah.
And
Well, there's nothing much to throw in here. Yeah, and that's
Very
it.
nice.
That's it.
Bravo.
Yep.
Okay. Real quick, before we get into news, we're going to play a real quick game. First time ever on the link, called Between the Four of Us. Who was the most panty, right? And I saw you look directly into camera.
I did.
When you got your shot, did you guys look at your arm? Did you watch the needle go in?
I can't do that.
I did not. I took out my phone and I was like, I'm on Snapchat. I was like, go ahead, nurse, do your thing.
Wait, you got Snapchat?
Yeah. I'm like me and 13 other people in the world. So I did not look. Did you?
I did.
Joe sir did look. Bree,
How
I'm
about
pretty
Bree?
sure you did not look, right?
No, of course I didn't look.
Were you looking somewhere else, or did you just have your eyes closed?
I was looking elsewhere.
She was like this.
Okay. So the winner is
I
Joe.
mean, you couldn't see in the video because my
Yeah.
son only shot my arm. So.
So the winner of the inaugural episode of Who's the Most Panty, well, actually, Who's the Least Panty is DJ
Joe,
Joe, sir.
Yep. Uh-huh.
You actually look good for you. Do you always look when? Do you always look when you have blood drawn?
I can't look because, we play the B-roll a lot, especially during the break. If you guys watch, we play a lot of these, like, go get vaccinated. And and in the news, it just seems like whenever they show the needle, they're, like, starting in, like, far off. They're like, right?
But
That's how it looks to me. I'm like, whoa, take it easy there.
Okay, how did it feel to you, though? Because I was actually surprised, and I was like, it felt like a mosquito, like, landed on me. I was like, wow, that's it? And she's like, yeah, you're done.
I felt it.
I felt it, and it seemed like the needle was longer.
Yeah, it did, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely
did.
felt it, yeah. And Nurse Francis was like, a lot of people are feeling this one.
Yeah.
And so you get it, then there's a 15-minute observation period, guys. And so UOG, you can get the booster there.
Yeah, they let you walk, off to this area right underneath the scoreboard. So they've got this big. As I was putting it on Snapchat, I was like going around. I was like, okay, guys, just got my booster, and there's a big sign that says no photography or video is allowed. Oops. And they have this big sign. All the chairs are at least 6 feet apart, probably more. and then you just sit there, and then they tell you what time you're supposed to be done. They give you a little piece of paper with the time on it, and then you self-regulate. So it's like, all right, I check my watch. It's 5:47. I'm good to go. And then they take you there, and when I went there, it was the day before Halloween. So they're like, hey man, you want some candy? We got some bottled water if you need it. Total pros.
Yeah, it was pretty easy. I posted it up on my Instagram, and I got friends who are, and I mean, I got all kinds of acquaintances. Some are, like the crazy anti-vax style. Some they're vegan and they're healthy and they just don't do anything and injecting into their body. But it's cool because I'm not trying to push it on anybody. If you guys want to get the booster, you want to get the vaccine, I think it works, guys. I told you, I think it works, especially for the first few months after you have it. They should have just said, hey, you're good for a few months, but you're going to need to get boosted. If they just come clean at the beginning, but they didn't know, you know what I mean? This is like the best they could come up with. It's a pandemic.
And can I just say, bro, because we spend literally half of our work week is spent in this room.
Yeah.
Between the four of us and everything like that. So you got the shot. So thank you for taking care of me, because I got the shot to take care of you.
But you know what? I knew when I posted it up, I kind of felt like someone's going to say something, because a lot of these people who are very strongly opinionated.
Did you get the emoji of the sheep?
I didn't get a sheep emoji, but I did get one of these like, oh, bro, natural immunity is better. Why are you getting the booster? Because I want to. If you don't want to, don't get it. You know what I mean? But don't be coming at me because I'm just trying to do my part. I love my mom. She's elderly.
Exactly.
I just want to make sure she's okay. But yeah, I just kind of knew that just people in this whole vaccine thing we're so divided. Look at this comment here. It was said that the vaccine research immunity is strong now, only a couple to 3 weeks. So do you all want to keep getting booster shots? By the end of the year, y'all will have to get a 30th shot. Really? Come on. That's ridiculous. And by the end of next year, until forever, yeah, we're going to get a booster every week. You're never going to be fully COVID immunized, fully vaccinated. And I get that you guys feel that way. I'm just like, you don't got to be so pushy with it,
Can't we just go back to the days of when everybody on Guam got along?
Oh, we're getting along. I'm just saying.
The days of Gibson's, Jackson's Car Wash,
I'm not going to judge you.
Cool.
The day we had live interviews on the show.
Oh, those were the days. And that, and Breeze, she mentioned it yesterday, and that's kind of like the policy now out of Adelup, the governor's office, kind of put the word down that, and we know this because we've had to get people on, and they tell us hey, I can't come on and do a live interview. I can't come on the link and do. I mean, there was one, and I don't want to name any names, but there was one. This guy's in the cabinet, and I had reached out to him and I said, hey, can we do an interview on this issue? You guys okay? What's going on?
I don't know.
F. Glenn.
Oh, that's F. Glenn. Yeah, he's going to come on. But anyway, I'd been like, hey, can you come on and we'll the link and we'll do this interview. And this cabinet member was basically like, wait, is this just because if it's on the link, I'm not allowed. I can't come on the link. So, I mean, they're saying that they can't come on the link. And so what we had to do was get tricky and say, okay, if you can't come on live, then let's go and we'll do a pre-recorded Zoom. But then that turned into they're just making it hard, which to me it's unfortunate because we got a job to do, and a big part of that job is informing the public, not just through the news and investigative pieces, but also when there's events in the community like the booster rollout, right? I mean, that's kind of why I did that video, because I feel like there isn't messaging coming out of public health or the governor's office about how crucial this booster is. And it's pretty crucial. It boosts you up to 90-some% immunity. So I feel like if we want to get out of the surge and enjoy the holidays, then people got to get boosted, especially those who took the vaccine a while ago. But there's no message coming out of Adelup. And anybody who knows communications knows that this idea that we're just going to hire a bunch of people to post on social media and never mind going on the real media because they ask too many questions, it just doesn't work. It's not effective. You don't have the reach. And also, people just don't trust the government. They trust the media to report the information that comes from the government, which, we're still trying to do. But again, it's unfortunate because we are in a pandemic. I don't get it. I think public health should be on here at least, 3 times a week saying, hey, this is what we're doing. This is what you guys need to do. Instead of this pettiness. It's really silly. It is. It's 6:40. Let's go ahead and get into the news now. Thursday, November 4th, year of the COVID 2021. With our first look at news, which is brought to you proudly by Pacific Points from the KUAM News team, Sabrina Salas-Matanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off today, everybody. The number of COVID-19 related fatalities is increased again. The Joint Information Center reported Wednesday night that there were 3 more deaths. 2 of the deaths were vaccinated individuals and 1 was partially vaccinated. All 3 reportedly had underlying health conditions. The 243rd COVID-19 related fatality was pronounced dead on arrival at Naval Hospital on the 1st. The patient was a 42-year-old woman. She was vaccinated with underlying health conditions. She tested positive again on the 1st. The 244th occurred at GMH on the 2nd. The patient was a 63-year-old man. He was partially vaccinated, underlying health conditions, testing positive on October 25th. The 245th occurred at GMH on the 3rd. The patient was a 58-year-old man. He was vaccinated with underlying health conditions. He tested positive on October 4th. The JIC also reports 47 people are hospitalized for COVID. There are also 2 pediatric admissions. 8 patients are receiving ICU level of care, 6 on a ventilator. The JIC also reports that out of the 47 hospitalized, 25 vaccinated, 21 unvaccinated, 1 ineligible to receive a shot. Public Health reports a total of 89 new positive cases of COVID from tests analyzed between the 2nd and 3rd. To date, there have been a total of 18,410 officially reported cases, 245 deaths, 2,431 in isolation, 15,734 recoveries. The CAR score is dropping. It's at 10.3. To date, a total of 123,934 of Guam's eligible population is fully vaccinated. As for booster shots or additional doses of the vaccine, the following have been administered: 10,708 of Pfizer, 3,451 of 3,451 of Moderna, 85 of Johnson & Johnson. A team from the CDC met with Governor Lulian Guerrero and the Department of Public Health on Wednesday at Adelup. As we first reported, CDC is here at the request of Public Health Director Art St. Augustine. He made the request last month as the island is experiencing its 3rd surge of COVID. Over the next month, the CDC will be looking into the island's high rate of dead on arrival cases, as well as provide assistance with surveillance and case investigations. The team consists of medical epidemiologist Jan White, senior microbiologist Duping Zhang, junior public health advisor Kendrita McLemore, and biostatistician Hong Zhao, who will arrive shortly. KUAM has tried to have representatives from Public Health on our show live to provide information and public awareness and their COVID response, also to take your questions, but because of a ban from Adelup and their communications office prohibiting any public officials to come on live on our program, we're not able to provide live information to the people of Guam on this show. The CDC, in the meantime, has given its final okay for about 28 million grade school children to get Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine. Some of the first patients got the shot in Hartford, Connecticut last night after it was authorized for 5 to 11-year-olds. Their shot is 1/3 the size of an adult dose with different colored packaging and a smaller needle. David Bonneau reports from Lafayette, Louisiana, where kids are gearing up to roll up their sleeves.
I'm very excited. I've been waiting for a very long time.
For kids like 10-year-old Ella Conrad, the vaccine will be life-changing. She has not seen her friends in nearly 2 years.
Not bad, girl.
Because she has an autoimmune disorder called ulcerative colitis.
Because of COVID, what do you do now?
I do homeschool and I just talk to my friends on FaceTime.
Because of COVID, what do you not do?
Play with my friends and go a lot of places.
Stacy Conrad is Ella's mother.
How does this now change things?
Oh, normalcy. We get to, once she's fully vaccinated, she can go have a sleepover at a friend's house. We can take our life off of pause.
Already, millions of these pediatric doses have been packaged and shipped around the country from Pfizer's distribution center in Wisconsin, and they are ready for pediatricians and pharmacies to use immediately. There are vaccine sites already set up with separate areas designed to make kids feel comfortable. The CDC says every 1 million doses given to children ages 5 to 11 would prevent about 58,000 cases and 226 hospitalizations in that age group. But there is some hesitancy. Only 27% of parents say they will vaccinate their kids right away. 30% say they will definitely not vaccinate their kids at all. And 33% say they're going to wait and see how it's working before making a decision. Consider this. There have been nearly 2 million COVID infections among kids ages 5 to 11,
and roughly 170 kids in that age group have died. Just a couple of things to think about as you decide whether or not the shot is right for your child. David Begnaud, CBS News, Lafayette, Louisiana.
Here at home, we're still waiting for the shipment of the Pfizer pediatric vaccines. Public Health ordered them about 2 weeks ago. According to the JIC report last night, they should begin arriving this week and are expected to arrive next week. Additionally, meetings and discussions are underway with key stakeholders, including GDOE, Catholic schools, private and charter schools, to plan for school-based immunizations. KUAM has once again put in a request to have anyone from Public Health come on our show live this morning and also tomorrow or whenever they are available. But again, there is a gag order from Adelup Communications Director Crystal Paco San Agustin. The Guam Department of Education reports Wednesday that 4 more students were positive for the COVID-19 virus. The cases were identified at Harry S. Truman Elementary School, MU Lujan Elementary School, Weddingdale Elementary School, and Agata Johnston Middle School. No new COVID cases were reported among GDOE employees. The CNMI records 1 more COVID-19 positive individual identified through contact tracing on November 2nd. There are 39 active cases identified since October 28. 31 of those cases were found through contact tracing, while 7 were found through community testing, 1 identified through travel testing. They tested 427 people on the 2nd. The total case count in Saipan is 330 since March 2020. With more news now, here is Isaiah again.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. Republican senators are not brushing aside a costly mistake made by legislative staff that resulted in the governor signing a bill that opens up the local war claims program to thousands more potential claimants. After a series of delays during an already rescheduled session, Legislative Clerk Renee Manu was finally brought in to explain to senators, including Republican Joanne Brown, how Speaker Therese Terlahi's out-of-order amendment made it onto the bill.
As far as the floor amendment, it was placed where it should be, and then when it transitioned, the comment that was left there was specific to a technical. So the focus was that language was there. As far as the proofreading of the language that was there was somewhat of an oversight.
I'm a little concerned now I'm being asked to be a proofreader. And unfortunately, probably for the rest of this term, I'm going to have to be for my own sense of comfort, which is totally unnecessary because it's not in the history of the legislature the normal process, even though I see public statements being made that every senator missed this. I mean, we have key people here. That is the main job that they're supposed to perform. So if that slips through, if this was a little technical mistake, it had some substantial impact to the whole intent of the bill that has caused a lot of upheaval.
Senator Brown, you still have the floor.
Senators were supposed to be focused on fixing the war claims bill by removing the amendment that was mistakenly added. They were recessed until tomorrow without getting to that discussion. A bill to establish a USDA certified slaughterhouse on Guam to jumpstart local ranching and meat packing industries drew plenty of discussion during a public hearing. KUAM's Nessa Lacanto reports.
The measure by Senator Clint Rigel directs GITA to develop an RFP for a public-private partnership. It also transfers 2 acres of Chamorro Land Trust property for a site and appropriates up to $3 million in financial assistance. But the CLTC's Angie Camacho, testifying on behalf of Trust Chairman John Regis Jr., said they support it in theory, but have a few concerns.
Do we want a slaughterhouse located over our aquifer? Is the processing or pre-processing facility, is this a processing or pre-processing facility or both? To expand the leakage potential in both process is high, and how would it be contained to not have negative impact to our northern aquifers? Is there sufficient infrastructure to support this type of facility?
Meanwhile, the Department of Agriculture's John Borja urged support of the bill, saying a certified local slaughterhouse is long overdue.
Age of farmers that are gradually disappearing, but it also gives a momentum for the potential for new livestock producers, new generation. And I'm seeing a lot of interest of the growing need for a livestock slaughterhouse.
Thomas Camacho says the intent of the bill is good, but its contents are flawed. He represents a separate group called Guahan Livestock Producers Cooperative, which is working on the same slaughterhouse issue.
I was not invited to this table, but I brought my chair, Madam Chair, because it's important for the community. It's important for our people. It's important for our island. It's important for sustainability. And all we are saying is let us continue working on our plans, because at the end of the day, we would provide this legislative body with a concrete plan that would be sustainable and modeled to fit this island.
Camacho adds that there have been 3 attempts by the Agriculture Department in the last 31 years to launch a certified slaughterhouse, with so far no results. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
31-year-old Taguali Aki pleaded not guilty to manslaughter and aggravated assault related to an altercation that occurred at a Tamuning restaurant that claimed the life of 23-year-old Jaron Wellbacker. Aki, along with 22-year-old John M. Muliaga and 36-year-old Joseph Ducati, were arrested for the October death. Aki has been serving in the U.S. military for 12 years and moved to Guam from America Samoa in 2019. His next hearing will be in front of Judge Alberto Tolentino. The CNMI is shifting its testing strategy to given their aggressive contact tracing. They are encouraging only those who may be exposed or are experiencing symptoms of COVID-19 to be tested, stressing that testing only provides a snapshot in time that requires personal quarantine to truly reflect their status.
I think people misunderstand that testing, once they're tested, they're negative, okay, I can go out and do anything. That's really not the right purpose for the testing. So anyway, but it does help. It does help to find those that really do have exposure and they don't know about it.
So far, only 1 case was identified through recent community-based testing, which can accommodate 500 people a day, or about 1% of the population during each testing event. The rest of the recent positive cases were identified through contact tracing efforts. CNMI Hospital CEO Esther Muñoz also shared that vaccinations for kids is expected to roll out this weekend.
We are expecting shipment to arrive on November 6th, and once we receive them, we are actually rolling it out on the same day.
They are expecting over 2,700 doses of the Pfizer vaccine in the initial shipment. And that's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The island, you can go to KUAM.com or any of our social media properties at KUAM News. Tomorrow?
Yeah, let's do Chamorro News.
Okay, let's do Chamorro News. Yeah, thank you. So let's do some Chamorro News now. Here's Uncle K Concepcion with your Chamorro News.
Buenas tardes, tigetsun to bikunut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Identifica sa arresta si Augusto Borja Camacho Jr., 29 anos na edad, por ipattenegi menalagong prisionero Anthony Camacho, gini Department of Corrections Gegan Martes. Sumelo estidos, maarresta si Augusto por mentalo ani makegat sa si Anthony, dan por dia renuncia maarresta. Masoda si Anthony gizang mongmong kasi 5 oras istila malago gisagang kunarentina gi DOC gizang Mangilaw. Masoda za makonni za nitsiluni Augusto ana estabe 2 galong kereta gifuni Benson Hardware na tenda. Masasunto, Sofia Tagalua Aki, 31 anos na edad, sa plead not guilty, pero nasakan manslaughter and aggravated assault. Gadsi mimo ni masusedi gitatamuning nasagan sa motso, no pinino si Jaron Wellbacker, 23 anos na edad. Si Aki dan si John M. Muliaga, 22 anos na edad, dan si Joseph Ducati, 36 anos na edad, sa maresta, pero na fenaitay gi Oktubre. Si Aki sa Estados Unidos ki militar de Estados Unidos da matumagi Guahan, pero saga gin American Samoa. Ito na hearing sa schedule gimenan Wes Alberto Tolentino. Yuto mo na asunto gifinot sa moro gin ni KUAM News para pagwan na Webes, asunto gin ni Rizata, investigasyon ni House gi CNMI, pero gaston niya siya Goberno Ralph Torres sa siya mas 40 hinanaw niya. Intiado siya na supina ni man fanhusong pagwan na semana, ano gidokumento ni mananagwat to gi KUAM na makonfirma na ginin Senador Guahan si Will Castro sa masupina gi 29 gi Oktubre. Pero ano gimena ni JGO na komiteya, gi 19 gi Nobyembre, gi alas 10:30 gi ekaan. Pero madiskuti gwini finene na, aju siya reimbursement para inang kano, para sinisedimento, jang gaston regalo siya ni maklama para gobyerno Torres dan Sagwana Dayan, man malago lo kayo na komite na mahungog testimonyo siya, pubueta jan meeting siya na madokumento pan maklama, no gobyerno dan Sagwana, giri requestan reimbursement. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto Finutsamoro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
In regional news, the NMI Democratic Party endorsed Representative Tina Sablan as their gubernatorial candidate in next year's election. She was selected out of 5 potential candidates. If elected, she would be the first female governor of the CNMI. There are now 3 teams vying for the executive seat. Independent candidate, sitting Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios and sitting Republican Governor Ralph Torres have both announced their gubernatorial campaigns. The NMI Democrats also endorsed Delegate Kalili Sablan as their candidate for the seat in the U.S. Congress. The CNMI House probe into Governor Torres' expenditures continues to escalate among more legislative subpoenas issued this week. Documents sent to KUAM confirmed that former Guam Senator Will Castro was issued a subpoena on the 29th of October. He's expected to appear before the JGO committee on November 19th at 10:30 in the morning to discuss first reimbursements for meals, hostings, and gifts claimed by or on behalf of Governor Torres and First Lady Diane Torres. And they also want to hear testimony on travel and meetings conducted or claimed by or on behalf of the Governor and First Lady, also involving reimbursement requests. Also from the CNMI, the U.S. Department of Labor Region 6 office commended the CNMI Department of Labor for its proper implementation of the PUA program, citing 7 best practices. The Secretary of Labor, Vicky Beneventi, and key staff within the CNMI Department of Labor's PUA program met virtually with U.S. Department of Labor Employment and Training Administration representatives from the Region 6 office in San Francisco. The meeting was held to discuss the culmination of a 6-month-long monitoring review from April to September of 2021 of the CNMI's DOL's overall administration of PUA and FPUC programs in the Marianas. KUAM has invited DOL Director David Della Sola to come on live in our program, even offering him any time and any day. But again, there is a gag order from Adelup allowing any government officials from coming on live on the link. Renters in need of assistance are encouraged to apply for the Emergency Rental Assistance or ERA program by this Friday. DOA will then momentarily pause on accepting online applications and office submissions for ERA to allow for review and processing. ERA will resume accepting applications on November 22nd. You can apply online at www.doa.guam.gov via email or in person at the ERA office, located on the 2nd floor, Suite 219 in the ITC building. For more information, you can call 671-638-4518 or 9. Again, the deadline is tomorrow, November 5th, to apply for Emergency Rental Assistance or ERA with the Department of Administration. And once again, we did ask Mr. Edward Byrne to come on our show live to talk about ERA. And again, there is a gag order from Adelup for anyone coming on live on this show from the government. For this week's Inside Business, our Tyler Mazzanani takes us over to Agotnia to see how the pandemic has impacted a long-time locally owned business.
Addis Trust and Investment Inc. is a locally owned and family-owned business that has operated for over 40 years. Their primary focus is the development, management, and leasing of commercial leasing properties. President of the company, Sonny Atta.
We lease to doctors, lawyers, banks, barbershops, small businesses. So we have a variety of tenants that we manage.
Sonny says the impacts of COVID, coupled with the constant changing of government mandates, forced the company to adapt. start assessing operations and seeing everything from a worst-case scenario.
What we would do in some cases is lower rents now, but extend the lease term later. So, you know, we have to work with each other. I mean, the worst case scenario would have been to, you know, terminate leases and have empty spaces. In this way, we were able to keep cash flow going and extend it out longer. When you have your bars and your eating establishments that are basically told to shut down, yeah, that was a hard time for them and a hard time for us. So we couldn't press them. You know, our look was, if the government shuts you down, then how can we consciously hit you for rent?
He says the key in keeping operations up was communicating with tenants on the different funding and programs available.
We've also had to sit down with almost every tenant and kind of iron out where we're going with them. But the important thing was to keep them in business. If they're in business, we're in business. So we've had to take some hits, we had to take some delays, but again, we've managed with almost every one of our tenants to keep them on board, and we've kept just about everyone operating, and if anything, we've picked up some new tenants.
Although they're bracing for harder times ahead, they're also positioning themselves for better days.
Now for fixing up properties, non-structural or non-safety improvements, we're tending to that now. We look forward to doing that. We need to keep our buildings clean. We need to keep our island looking good.
With Inside Business, I'm Tyler Matanani. This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways. This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Original music, ladies and gentlemen. I'm feeling nice right now. You know the mood is rigging. You see, you're all a temptation, a positive statement.
Hey, good morning. Hey, good morning, morning.
Don't like the groove too fast.
7:08.
See me like it nice and slow.
Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises.
That'll make you move your waistline, so show me.
ITD and Jack in the box. Good morning. It's Thursday. I thought it was Friday today. Last night when I was picking my outfit out last night. I was like, I had to wear something islandy because it's Friday. And guess what? Yeah, it's Thursday. Thursday is just kind of like whatever. I'm here. I'm gonna wear a plain shirt. 7:09, November 4th, 2021. Good morning, guys. Don't forget we got the monoclonal antibody treatment if you're a COVID positive. Really been trying to be consistent on getting the word out about that, but I'm hearing just from a variety of sources that not a lot of people are going to get this treatment, which is something that we've talked about. First of all, they've had this treatment since last year, right? They had it up at GMH. I remember talking to Lillian, but there was never a real effort to roll it out like on a large scale fashion, kind of like what we're trying to do now. But if you recall, they opened the monoclonal antibody treatment center in Manilao, and when they had opened it, there was this conversation that, if a lot of people are coming, then we might have to open one up in the south. Well, a lot of people aren't coming, and I think it's because we're just not getting the word out. Consistency, in our messaging, right? Same thing with the booster shots. That's why I posted a video of me getting boosted, because I feel like they're not really encouraging people to go out there and get boosted. I mean, I feel like if we want to have a good Christmas, then this is one of the tools that we can put in the toolbox. to help fight the COVID. But really, guys, if you are positive, go get the monoclonal antibody treatment, okay? Because I think there was a gap. We had been bringing on Dr. Hoa, and he had been raising the issue. What is public health doing to reach out to these known positive cases? Because remember, public health, for the most part, tests these people. Public health knows their results. So public health, which is running the monoclonal antibody treatment center, they should have had a way where they get pinged, right? Oh, there's a positive. Okay, let's go. We're going to take you to the treatment center. There's a shuttle. Wouldn't it be great if there was a shuttle at the testing site? You got your results. You're taking a rapid test or whatever. They shuttle you right on over there. And so this monoclonal antibody treatment is so crucial because it's supposed to keep you out of the hospital. And for the most part, if it keeps you out of the hospital, then it's going to keep you alive, right? That's the bottom baseline thing, is it's going to keep you alive. And so we know that there are issues, whatever issues with the messaging and communications, but we're always going to try and do our part to get the word out. And that's my word this morning, because there have been a staggering number of positives. We're starting to see fewer. But if you are positive, go get that monoclonal antibody treatment. If you go to the hospitals, it's like 4 hours because it's through an IV bag. But if you go over there to Mangilao, it's never crowded. I talked to somebody, they were the only person in there, right? So you can go there, you get a shot, it's a shot, and then they observe you for an hour, right? And then for the most part, you stay out of the hospital. I mean, I haven't heard of anybody who got the treatment going into the hospital. We can ask, though. 712, Glenn Lujan of the Hoffadezo podcast and the KUAM Podcast Network is standing by in the KUAM News Zoom room link. He's outside, actually. Glenn, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Hoffaday.
Wanted to bring Glenn on. It kind of just by accident, really, is I've been harassing him about getting a new episode of the Hoffadezo podcast, which is on the KUAM Podcast Network. It's an awesome podcast. And so he had told me this morning that you guys are all on lockdown, right, in the family. What happened, Glenn?
Well, yeah, we're working on putting out more content for you, Chris. It's just out of all the abundance of precaution we've been taking as a family, and we have a 2-year-old nephew. The baby is the one that comes home with COVID.
Wow.
So he tested positive. The other day, he was, it was kind of odd because my sister, normally, having a go. She took him in, and we got the results. She called me up, so
good.
It's like the baby tested positive. You gotta come home and stuff. So it was like red sector 5. Our entire vaccine.
Glenn,
we're just taking all the precautions.
Glenn, can you go back to where you were standing? Because it's like the Wi-Fi was better over there.
Oh, there.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So, he tested positive. We believe it's from from where he was at for his daycare. But we're all vaccinated. It's him. We took all the measures as a family. Wherever we go, we even limit our places where we go. And lo and behold, it's our nephew, our baby is the one that comes home with it, not us.
So what kind of symptoms is your nephew having?
It's just like any typical of a toddler of that age having a cold. He just has a runny nose, slight fever. It goes up and down. So my sister has been monitoring him, giving him Tylenol. Put the Vicks on his and put socks on his chest, his back, and he's still in a cheerful mode. He wants to run outside and play, everything that of his age. So it's nothing out of the ordinary. So again, we're following all the protocols now as to lock down and ride this out. And the biggest scare is because it's him. He's only 2, and my sister, they attempted last night to go to GMH and get the monoclonal medicine, but because of his age, he doesn't qualify for it. It's too young still. So, we just have to monitor it and see. And, hopefully, so far he looks good. His breathing is good. We have an oximeter. His oxygen levels are good. So, hoping and praying he, fights this and fights it through.
Yeah, our prayers are definitely going out to your family. Glenn, so are you guys all gonna? What's the protocol there? Since you're vaccinated, are you like a close contact or?
No, so we're all quarantined in our own rooms. We're spraying down everything. We are wearing our masks at home, but as you can see, I'm outside, so drinking coffee. So, we're wearing our masks. We're washing our hands. We're keeping our distance from the baby. He's staying in his room, and so we're sanitizing everything for now. And then we're gonna get tested within the 3 to 5 days as well span that's been given. So. And then, riding it out for the total of the 14 days, I believe. Wow. So, yeah, that's where we're at as a family. Oh, man. So,
I wonder,
please, everyone.
Glenn, it just because, your nephew's hot right now, right? He's positive. And so who's, like, caring for him? And how do they kind of do that? Because I just get in my mind, I get this image of, a 2-year-old. They're going to run all over the place. They're running towards you like, no. Get back.
So my sister's the one, keeping him at bay and, keeping him in the distance. And so when she comes out, she lets us know that they're coming out. So we just stay in our room. They go get what they need to do. And then, she sanitizes as we go. So that's how we're doing it here at the house. So, yeah. And he's banging on my door. Gwen. I'm like, no, stay away.
Stay away. You got the cooties.
So
is he having fun with it though, Glenn? Like, has he kind of like almost like made a game of it? Because I'm worried that because I know kids that I've dealt with and everything like that. At some point, it's like, wait, you don't want to hang out with me anymore? And then that's when it gets tough.
He's still very young, so we just tell him that you're sick, you're sick, baby, and then he's like, he just look at us. He goes, no, play, one play. I'm like, boy, so we're like, yeah. So we're it's hard, but we just have to just do what we need to do. So, for me, it's faith over fear. We're going to ride this out and we're going to be okay. And, for everyone that's going through this too, you're not alone. I'm experiencing it now in my own family. And who would have thought that it's the baby that brings this home to us. And we are protecting the baby.
Yeah, it's funny because when we had public health on, and this is before the whole thing with the kids getting the vaccine, was the conversation. Public health said the best way to protect the kids in your house is just make sure everybody in the house is vaccinated.
Yeah, and it's ironic. Even my nephew goes, Uncle Glenn, the irony of it all. I'm like, I know, right? Here we are, and he comes home with it, and we're like, oh man, yeah.
So so I know you're a teacher, so you're just like doing what, Zoom or something?
Yeah, probably through teleworking and stuff. I just got to call in and check in and let them know. And,
What about the... I know, I a day. What about the booster, Glenn? Have you guys considered, are you thinking about getting the booster?
Yes, I'm actually working. I was actually going to go do it this week, but this news with my nephew is unexpected. But definitely once we're cleared, I'm going to definitely get the booster. But I was in the works, making sure that I do it. And, everyone here in the house. So most definitely now, more than ever, we got to get it.
Right. Definitely. Well, Glenn, it's always good to catch up with you. Guys, Holiday podcast, we have a bunch of great episodes that they've already shot, and they're on the KUM Podcast Network.
Yep, you can find it on Amazon Music, Audible, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, anywhere you want to get like podcasts. Just go in there and search for Holiday Zoo. Basically a picture of Glenn, like this big like selfie with a huge smile.
Always got a big smile.
Him and Josh and everything like that, and you found the right place.
Right on.
Jay, thank you so much.
One of my aunties was asking, how did you get into like the podcast? I was trying to explain to her.
Sure.
But they don't even know what it is. So maybe later we could do a screen share and you could show people how to kind of get
absolutely.
the podcast out. Because even just explaining to my auntie what is a podcast, it was like, wow. We need to do an explainer video.
Yep, right on.
Got it. Thank you.
Can do, will do.
Right on. Right, Glenn. Thank you, Glenn, for coming by.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
And our prayers are with your family, Glenn, always.
And you're there in Chalapago, right?
Yes, Chalapago.
Snake Central. If you guys follow this guy's Facebook, I mean, he is killing a snake like every hour.
So far, no. Only when the heavy rains come out.
I was going to say, when it comes to Glenn, there's 3 things guaranteed, right? He's going to pray the rosary.
Yeah.
He's going to educate young minds. He's going to eliminate the snakes.
Yes, and have some good food while he's doing it.
That's a great LinkedIn profile right there.
All right.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you, guys.
Yes,
All right.
Take care, Glenn.
There you go, our friend Glenn Lujan, Off Day Podcast 720. Let's take a break. We're coming back with Norm Analista of Analista and Company. Fashion for a Cause, guys. They're doing a fundraiser for Catholic Social Services Food Pantry, which is so crucial because we are definitely, I don't know if you guys missed it, but we're definitely coming up on the holidays. COVID version, all right, as it's now November. Wow. Which means Thanksgiving's right around the corner, which means every little bit that we can raise for food pantries with the Catholic Social Services is so key, and we're going in with Norm next, right here on the link. Good morning.
Catch Sports Link on the KUA. Learn about people and organizations making a difference in our community on the greater good every Wednesday during the link. Building awareness, promoting events, generating change. Find inspiration to seek out the greater good every Wednesday. Listen, watch, stream. Miss the link? Miss a lot. Presented by Jay Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-through event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways. This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration. Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light, or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Breeze 93.9 FM.
get boosted. 725. My booster shot experience, guys. I know a lot of people are expecting to get pretty sick, like they did, especially if you're Team Moderna, which is the juiciest one.
Is that the one you got? You got Moderna?
Yeah, Moderna.
Wait, how did you pronounce that now? You're saying
Well,
Moderna?
I like how Dr. Lombard says it. He says it Moderna, right?
You put the N-A over the N, right?
Yeah, maybe that's. I mean, he's a doctor.
Yeah.
Probably how you really say it. I've been saying it Moderna the whole.
Or you could do
So pedestrian.
You could do the traditional Chamorro thing and put like the circle over the A and Moderna.
Moderna. 725. Yeah, so I got the booster yesterday. I took my mom. We went over to AMC in Manila. Love AMC. Thanks, Doc. And I got the shot. I want to say like the most difficult part for me was actually getting the shot because I don't like getting shots. Jabs, like you guys like to say. And so I was jabbed by Nurse Francis over there at AMC. And I did experience, okay, so I worked out that morning, which means I wake up at 3:30, which means I'm at the gym by like 4 a.m. So I was already kind of like down a little bit because, you know, I had that morning rush, and then I got the shot around like 10 a.m., so I was kind of like coming down. But I got it, and then right around like noon, I started to feel like, I want to say like muted. Like I just felt like, hey, is something wrong with me, or am I just tired? I didn't know. It's like, am I like feeling the booster, or am I just tired because I woke up at 3:30 in the morning and lifted stuff? So we ended up doing a shoot at Ruby Tuesdays for Thanksgiving, and I felt even more tired. But then I didn't know if it was because I ate turkey. Right, and usually eat turkey and Thanksgiving. I read something somewhere.
Tryptophan.
Yeah, there's something in there, the chemical that makes you tired after you eat it. And so I had turkey at Ruby Tuesday. So then I was tired. Came back to work. I went home around like 4, and that's when I kind of started to feel like I want to lay down and take a nap, which is, you know, also kind of normal because I usually take a nap around that time. So I took a little nap, woke up, and I was pretty good. My left arm, though, where I got the jab, was a little bit sore, but I went to the gym and worked out this morning, and there was a lot of, like, lifting stuff. And I was able to do it, so I don't think it's as bad as the second shot, because the second shot, you remember, is basically a half of a dose. And then so the booster is like a third of a dose. Right, so that was my experience. Bree had a sore arm, sore fat, and she was kind of just like a little bit down, but it wasn't as bad. The second shot of Moderna, which I got back in March, now that one like screwed me over. I felt that. I was like, oh, wow, I don't feel good. But it was just pretty much for that day into the night. In the morning I woke up, I felt great. So that was my experience, guys, in case you're wondering. Definitely not as bad as the second shot of the vaccine. Of course, a lot of people who took Pfizer that I talked to, they were okay. They didn't really feel anything. But, you know, us Team Moderna people, a lot of us on the second shot did feel some type of way, like the kids say. 7:28, Thursday, November 4th. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room. Norm Analista of Analista & Co. Standing by here. Fashion for a cause.
It's a classy affair.
It is.
I've dressed for the occasion. Good morning, Norm. What's up, brother?
Hey, half a day, Chris, Jace. Well, we're really excited about this program. You know, Catholic Social Services, they manage like 15 different programs for the elderly, the abused, impoverished, homeless, and individuals with disabilities. And of course, they operate a food pantry. And in speaking with Lisa Bordallo from CSS, in 2020, they served like 7,500 families, which totaled about 17,000 individuals. And in October of this year alone, they served, up until October of this year, they served 9,477 families, totaling 27,000 individuals. So if we're looking at this year's numbers compared to last year's numbers, there's definitely been an increase of families being fed through the CSS pantry. And so we felt that this was definitely a worthy program, a very critical program that needed help for this holiday shopping season. Mm-hmm. And, you know, to be very transparent, you know, I feel like this is a win-win-win all across the board. You know, we give consumers the options to shop for different products. Businesses like ANC, like myself, we thrive on the holiday shopping season. So it gives us some fighting chance to survive in this very difficult economic climate. And then, of course, the most important aspect of this program is that we're giving back to a worthy cause like Catholic Social Services.
Absolutely, Norm. And you have always you've made this not only your company's mission, but also the members of your family. And you said we are always giving back to the local community. Your work with the Filipino community of Guam and your leadership in that organization, and now you've always said it's our responsibility to give back and take care of the community that is taking care of us for so many years in very positive ways. So you're using your gift now, and I've known you for such a long time, going all the way back to UOG, in your in your role at UOG. But you've really made a name for yourself as a clothing person. As someone who really has a pulse on fashion, and you've got just wonderful clothes and everything like that. So how did you come up with this idea of using your gift and bring this to your commitment and your mission of community service?
Well, Jace, I really look at this as a holistic effort. As individuals, we're all called to different things. We're given different talents and abilities, and I just so happen to have an inkling for fashion, and it's a very competitive industry. So we're always looking at different ways in which we can use fashion to benefit the community. People take on different platforms. Maybe they're pushing more on sustainable fashion or ethical fashion or just different aspects of the industry. And in our particular case here in Guam, I thought that it was much more practical to think about how can we provide some tangible benefits for our island residents. So last year we did our Hoodies for a Cause, and we raised 1,020 for the Salvation Army Guam Corps Lighthouse Recovery Center. The theme back then was to support programs that brought awareness to mental health. This year, we just wanted to try a different angle, and food is critical. There are people in this island that are going hungry, so we thought that it would be a good fit for with the Catholic Social Services. And generally speaking, Jace, Guam has been, a very generous community. We've benefited. My family, the Filipino community of Guam in general, has benefited from the many blessings that Guam provides. And it's just ingrained in many of us to want to think about how we can give back. And especially with the holiday season, what better time than to think about giving back, right?
Absolutely. Now, Norm, I got to tell you, now you're going to give us like a little lesson on fashion and give people like a little sneak peek, if you will, like a tease, from your years in the media, right, of what they can expect. Because I was like, hey, man, my boy Norm's coming on the show. I got to wear my suit. I've got my tie on and everything. I'm wearing like a solid color shirt. Your fashions and everything like that are so amazing because, like you said, you've made a name for yourself with these wonderful hoodies, your designs, your patterns, the textures, the materials you use, and everything like that. I mean, it captures like a lot of the spirit and of who we are as people, and it gives something people of all walks of life, something that makes a statement, that expresses where we're from, who we are and everything. So how could you give me a makeover?
Well, Jace,
now know how tall I am, and like I'm like 98 pounds dripping wet, so you got a lot to work with.
Well, to begin with, it's always about what's appropriate for the occasion, right? So you look very appropriate for where you're at. You're in the news organization, so in that blazer and in that nice looks like lilac purple shirt, and then your grayish silver necktie. Great color combinations.
And then my basketball shorts underneath.
You're doing a great job on your own.
Yeah.
But
and Chris has the premium Zoris on too, by the way. He's wearing the expensive Zoris.
As long as they're leather Zoris, right?
There you go.
They're dressed. Here in Guam, we're very liberal, I think, and also very casual about how we approach fashion. If I had my way, I would walk around in Zoris and Bahakis. I mean, that's just because I want to be comfortable. But a lot of times what we have to think about is what's appropriate for the occasion. So what I wear to the office, what I wear on a night out, what I wear to a major event, those will require all kinds of different apparel. And so that's why, and you touched on this, we try to provide a broad range of product tiers from hoodies to custom-made clothes.
Yeah, and we got a bunch of your pictures up on screen right now so people can get like a sense of the style you use, and again, the tone and the textures and everything. But one thing I've noticed from your social media posts, you've also had a lot of really heavy hitting celebrity endorsements for your stuff and everything. So talk about like some of some of the well-known people are who have happily endorsed your products.
Yes, well, in the Philippines, there are several actors and singers that have endorsed my products. I think mainly the Filipino community would know like Derek Ramsey. He's a matinee idol. Then we have probably more people on Guam would know Montel Jordan. So he's, of course, from the 90s. This is how we do it.
Absolutely. He was my height too, I believe, or he is my height, I think.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, I know what his specific style requirements are. So, I mean, a lot of it is knowing what the celebrity wants. T-Boz from TLC, she's sporting my dog hoodie. Yeah, so it's really fun. You know, the thing about it is when I launched my brand, of course, I thought about what I needed to do to have this visibility and credibility. You know, it's a very competitive industry. And as a marketer too by profession, I knew that I had to connect with people with large platforms because that would get the message out and the product out in the fastest way. And so that sort of worked out. But, you know, Jace, at the same time, right, I don't want to give the impression that, okay, in order to wear these clothes, you have to be a celebrity or you have to be a big social media influencer. It's really, you know, that was just a part of the marketing to get the brand out there. But, you know, we welcome all kinds of people who just gravitate to these designs. You know, sometimes I get the comment that, man, I don't look like that model. I don't want to wear that. It's not about what comparing yourself to a model. That's a totally different situation. That's how the fashion industry works.
And you really do have that appeal of, you know, you make apparel for, you know, for the everyman. I mean, yeah, like you've got some you know, celebrities who've said, hey, I wear this and because it's really, really cool. But I mean, you also go there and, you know, you've got Analista and Co., you know, emblazoned on your chest. You've got the logo somewhere, you know, on a hoodie or something like that. But you're also representing where you come from and your culture. And by doing so with this Fashion for a Cause, you're also saying, I want to make sure that the folks at Catholic Social Services continue their work. And I want to make sure that my neighbors on island, you know, if they are in need, they're going to be well taken care of.
Yeah. And, you know, it also has to be organic to me, right? So like one of my designs is a rooster. And many people may not know, but my dad was a cockfighter. My brother's a cockfighter. And so I grew up with roosters. I grew up feeding roosters and watching them train the roosters. I mean, you know, we're not going in that direction with regard to the status of cockfighting. But for the most part, in terms of being a part of our culture, you know, roosters and the imagery of roosters is very tied to our local culture. And that's something that's organic to me. And then I have this jeepney hoodie. You know, the jeepney hoodie, obviously, it's an iconic symbol of the Philippines. And, you know, a lot of my kababayans tend to like that. So, I mean, I feel like I have all kinds of products for everybody.
Can you tell me about the sushi hoodie? That's probably my favorite piece this week. Like, I'm always gravitating towards your stuff, but the sushi hoodie, obviously, as a designer, like with the jeepney or, you know, with things that you mentioned, you know, you take what you know, with the rooster, and you kind of like you use that into your designs and everything. Where did the sushi piece come from?
You know, Jace, I just love eating sushi, and you know, there's no intellectual answer around that. I just love eating sushi.
It works for me.
And, you know, and the aesthetic of it, though, I find to be really cool. You know, I mean, you look at these little pieces of edible art, and that's what I consider them to be. And, you know, you arrange them in a shirt, it takes on a different life. And that's actually one of my most popular designs, is the sushi hoodie.
Well, for good reason. You like eating sushi. I like eating sushi. I like wearing sushi. So that's really good. Okay, so for Fashion with a Cause, how can people get involved? You know, obviously they want to buy your apparel, they want to support you, they want to represent your brand. But if they want to make sure that they can support you to support Catholic services, Catholic Social Services, I should say, how can they get involved, and where do they need to go?
Okay, well, the thing I need to mention is that for every hoodie that is sold, $15 will go to Catholic Social Services, specifically for the food pantry. For every t-shirt and every custom button-up that is sold, $5 will go towards that program. So I also want to just emphasize that if individuals wanted to give the donation directly to Catholic Social Services, they're welcome to do so. You know, at the end of the day, what we're doing is just trying to provide people with an opportunity to shop and give back to a cause. But at the end of the day, what's most important is the cause that we're raising for. So if they're not interested in the products, then I encourage them to please contact Catholic Social Services directly and make that donation towards their food pantry.
But just go out and buy the sushi hoodie, everybody, because it is like next level awesome and everything, and you get to help our community. So $15, Norm, per hoodie is actually very, very generous. I mean, that's going to raise a lot of money, and that is really going to help Lisa and her team over there.
I hope so.
Yeah, and again, none of this, what I'm hearing from you is all shocking, because I've known you long enough to know that this is your heart, this is your character, and this is who in your family are. But at the same time, it's still incredibly wonderful, like, to see that you continue to do this for our island community. So thank you, and thank Analista and company for what you guys are doing.
Thank you, Jace.
All right. Okay, next time we're going to have you, I'm not doing, jacket and tie anymore. I'm going to rock the sushi hoodie. That's a promise.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, man. Have a good one, and thank you once again.
Thanks, Norm. Right on.
Okay,
Norm,
Chris,
Analista.
you get the rooster one.
I love
I'm going to
roosters.
do the sushi.
7:40, quick break, and we're coming back with Senator Jim Moylan next right here on the link. It's Thursday, November 4th. Can we get the info, Jay? Testing, vaccination?
Yes. Okay. Testing once again. Testing is open in 20 minutes, my friends. If you want to go over to the old carnival grounds in Teaden, get tested, know your status. If you need to get tested, it's over there. You do have to bring a photo ID with you. You stay in your car the whole time. It's a nasal swab, and you will know fairly quickly what your status is. So thank you guys for taking care of our island community. Of course, you can always go to your private clinic if your employer, or if you have medical insurance and you would rather do it that way. You're more than welcome to do that. Also, because it is the 4th today, we were saying this earlier in the show, going on today over in Sinania is the free booster vaccination village clinic. So Chris was sharing his own story with getting the booster. If you would like to do so and help your village.
Yeah. Oh, Jay, let me get in. So my
Yes.
mom, 1957. I always forget how old is my mom. She was born in 57. Anyway, with her booster shot experience, she also got Moderna. So she got the 3rd shot yesterday at AMC. She was fine. I mean, she went to bed just a little bit early, but I mean, she was up and around watching the kids. I made steak and mashed potatoes for dinner. She had that, so she was good. So
The whole family slept well then.
Right. So if you guys are wondering, I mean, I told you my experience. Jason shared his. Sabrina. So our ages are all kind of like all over the place. So my mom is probably maybe around you guys' age if you're going to this booster outreach clinic in Sinania. And that was her experience with it.
Right. Okay. So again, testing is at Teaden today. If you want to get vaccinated, right, go to tinyurl.com/VAXGuam, tinyurl.com/VaxGuam, and make your appointment today from 11 until 5 in the afternoon at the UOG Fieldhouse in Manilao, up in Dedido at the Northern Regional Community Health Center. Mondays and Fridays they will be open. And as I was saying, if you do want to get the booster, just like Chris and his lovely mother did, over in Sinania today, if you're a resident of Sinania, Hagatna, or Agana Heights, from 9 to 12, they'll be doing their village vaccination clinic. Also down in Hagat today, starting at 1 in the afternoon, 400 bags for the food commodities distribution. That is down south in Hagat for residents of that village only.
Hagat! You got to say it with your chest, Jay. 7:43.
Moderna!
There you go.
Hagat!
That's it. We're coming back.
Good enough?
Yeah. Senator Jim Moylan next right here on the link. Good morning.
Uno Mix. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mix is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out. Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape. This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
Wonder just how things happen this way. No, when I'm just reminiscing.
All right, welcome back to The Link. Real quick point of clarification, and thank you in our comment stream to Amy Jackson for pointing this out. I said, please make your appointment at tinyurl.com/vaxguam. You can make your appointment anytime, obviously, because it's on the internet, but the UOG vaccination clinic actually runs every day except Thursdays and Sundays. So make your appointment, please, anytime, but they will not be open today because it is Thursday. And also shout out to Chamarita Regis, who said she is getting ready for appointment time and she is going to go get the booster. So good job, Chamarita.
Sin City, right?
Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
Chamarita girl.
7:49. Let's go into the Link Zoom room here. KUAM News. Senator Jim Moylan sitting by, actually. Good morning, Senator.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Morning, Jason.
Sorry I didn't wear my suit today, Jason. Look as sharp as you.
I know. This whole thing?
I know, right? Oh, I woke up like this.
But, I wish I had that beautiful poster you've had. I always compliment you on that, Senator.
Well, this is Kaha's poster. I'm just borrowing it, and I had the opportunity to show it behind me.
It's a great conversation piece.
That's a local artist. Who's the artist on that, Senator?
Darn it, it's on the back. No, wait. T. Hante.
Got it. T. Hante. Oh, yeah. They do the fish thing. Got it.
Okay, there you go. There you go.
Well, Senator, it was an interesting session yesterday, huh?
It sure was. I was wondering where it was going to go, but finally, I guess they had the votes to bring it back and have us in the committee as a whole and find out more of how the situation happened. That seemed to be the majority's wishes, and that's where we started and left off with. I think we're on round 2 of the questioning. We may have one more round of that as well before we really get into the bill and discuss whatever other changes we want to make on 217, which by the way, the 217 is as introduced on the floor. It's not the one that if you were to go to the legislature website and pull up, that's not the one we're discussing. The bill is the one substituted on the floor, which had the amendments in it, additional amendments in it, versus the 217, which the original 217 as introduced is a duplicate of 130. So it changes to what we'll be discussing on the floor eventually.
Right, and so you have this bill that introduced with Senator Amanda Shelton and Vice Speaker Tina Munoz-Barnes. What number is it again, Senator?
Let's see here. I think it's 220.
Yeah. So this bill, correct me if I'm wrong, but is this bill that you have introduced along with Senator Shelton and Vice Speaker Tina Munoz-Barnes, is this basically the bill that was inadvertently sent over to the governor's office and signed into law?
We're looking at including the descendants, right?
Yeah.
Just not the not the descendant, but the descendants. And the reason why is because when 36, the public law that was wrongly done, engrossed, did include that, and it created a lot of conversation about including many folks that didn't have, or the descendants, rather that didn't have the opportunity for the descendants that were not allowed to file. So this brings it to conversation. The bill introduced by Senator Shelton we'll get a public hearing. I'm pretty confident of that, and we can have this conversation there to see what is the reaction of the public versus what we tried to do on the floor with the original Bill 130 with the amendments that got in incorrectly there. We should have a public hearing, I think, to discuss this, and what Senator Shelton's bill does is allow that process to happen. So we shall see as soon as we get a public hearing going and how far this bill would go. It could be amended at the public hearing in the committee, or may not even get further out of there, as I see many of my bills not get too further out of committee either.
Well, I don't know, because you got Senator Shelton and Vice Speaker Tina Munoz-Barnes with you on this measure, and their bills seem to have no problem at all getting out.
There you go. You need friends in the right places, and that's how what we call bipartisan measures. So I'm glad to be part of that. But I'm very interested in the conversation that we will be having at the public hearing for Senator Shelton's bill, and let's see what we can do. The bill also introduces some funding sources, Section 30 money, and also looking at some qualifying certificates or some tax rebates, or taking your taxes and paying it in advance for this purpose of adding to the pot to pay out these descendants of the or survivor or the war folks that were very, very much hurt during the war. And these are the survivors that could possibly, and their descendants could possibly getting some more funds for the grievances that they experience and the hardship that they experience. So I would like to see the bill move forward and have that discussion and see what happens from there.
It's interesting to me because we're currently, we haven't even started on this corrective measure, right? That's supposed to rectify the error that was made in the bill that was signed into law with the governor. So we're running this process, but the amendment that Speaker Terlalia had proffered that would have done what your bill is going to do was ruled materially different. So I was kind of thinking if they try and do that with this correction bill and it gets ruled materially different again, and then we end up just passing the thing without the amendment, and then you guys' bill comes in, and then that's going to, so are we like duplicating efforts here, or?
We won't know until we finally complete 217 as substituted on the, or as introduced on the floor. There. So things could change once we get into that discussion and the amendments could be made, but the substitute version does repeal the public law. So it takes out that section that was messed up. There was another amendment that was included in the substitute version that made it through forming their, like the committee to review the applications that will be coming in. So that's still included there. But what will happen on the floor, that's going to be up to discussion. And we shall see if it does go through and there's enough votes to do that, it's possible. Otherwise, that's why we're looking at Senator Shelton's bill to address that issue and get it to a public hearing. That's the difference that we would like to see. And I think many of my colleagues push for a public hearing, especially on something that such important as this. There are quite a few people that are interested for this to happen. And likewise, I've heard opinions where many people are not interested for it to happen because of the cost involved and the funding to be experienced or paid for to make it happen. So that's where we need the public hearing to really determine this. And the more voices that we get to speak out, written or come down and testify, the better. And then we can move forward on this and finally come to a closure, hopefully, with the right legislation. But I'll be interested to see, the final step after 217 here and whatever version we pass, it's going to go to the governor's desk once again. And the bill includes the main purpose of it is for the governor to come up with a plan. She had 30 days to draw the plan. There's some talk that we're delaying this process and reducing the time frame from the 30 days. I really don't think so, because the governor can do it in 30 days, or maybe she won't. As we've seen with the RISE Act, that was law that she let lapse into law and never took any action with it for months. But same thing could happen here too. So it's the legislation includes the main purpose is for the governor to come up with a plan within 30 days. If depending on how the body votes on 217, the substitute version on the floor and the final product, let's see what the governor is going to do. And maybe hopefully Chris will come on her show and explain what she plans to do from that.
You got jokes, okay.
Yeah.
Do you, Senator, do you plan on introducing an amendment to rescind the current public law?
I was explaining there's a substitute version of 217 that does not show on the legislative website. That's the bill we're discussing. The substitute version includes the repeal of the public law in that. The original one on the website was the duplicate of 130, which had no mention of that. But over the past weekend, a substitute version was introduced, and that was voted to be discussed on the floor. The votes were there to have that. That's where the public isn't really seeing all of this happen. So we could probably, I can see what we can do to have maybe the clerks include that on the website so you folks can have the opportunity to review. But I'll be happy to WhatsApp you at least that version that we're discussing. That includes the repeal of the public law.
Who introduced the substituted version? Is it still the speaker?
It still came from the speaker once again.
I see.
Yeah, originally it was the duplicate, so we can bypass the public hearing. That was there. And then after they passed that one over the weekend, they said through the committee and on the floor, they decided to introduce the substitute version of 217 from that point. I guess that administratively it can be done, but the whole idea was that it was able to avoid bypass the public hearing, and that it did, and we're still discussing it now with the repeal section in there. There was one other amendment that was still included that wasn't repealed, and that regarding a committee. The committee was supposed to review all these applications that were to come through. So that's still included in there with some minor changes too that I'll be looking forward to discussing on the floor when we get back into session at 1 o'clock today. So we're no longer talking about the original 217. We're talking about a 217 as substituted on the floor. And I'll send that to you, Bree.
Thank you. Whose responsibility is to make sure that it's posted on the website?
I'm understanding, since it's a discussion on the floor, and I kind of questioned that, was that it's in the making. So therefore, there's nothing to really. It will be changing. So it's not like we're discussing something specific. This is just with amendments adjusted until the point where it's actually completed. Then we can post that on the website. However, we can also still make the point and the argument that it should be posted now, so the people can see and pull it up on their by themselves on the legislature website. I can make that a request today, starting at 1 o'clock, to make sure. I think it will be helpful that the folks, especially in this case, that the people know what exactly we're discussing.
Yeah.
Were you satisfied with the line of questioning that your colleagues had with the clerk of the legislature? Did it give you insight into how this error happened, and maybe insight into how we could prevent it from happening again?
Well, I stayed in during the last presentation, and I was satisfied with what I saw in the written documents and the sequence. So if we didn't have this another round of questioning with the clerk and with legal present, it wouldn't matter to me. I still felt responsible for looking over the bills as well. I didn't do as what I should have done, and that's my problem too. We could probably have the best rules and regs and SOPs, but that doesn't mean they're always followed, and sometimes pressure is there to complete things, and it's not an excuse, but this time it happened, and I just like to move on, get this done, because I had a bill that was pushed back from this session, moved to next session, and sometimes when you're in the minority, you don't want to see any of your bills pushed back to the following session because it may not happen. Things disappear as we see. So that will be another battle for me to get that back onto the floor for the session as well. So I need to move forward. Our period, I think, for the legislature of 2 years is just too short, and we just got to plow right through it. Get things done. And so to say I'm satisfied with what's going on, that's just the majority wanting that voted to let this happen. So we'll get through it, and we can finally finish the 217 as substituted.
Thank you, Senator.
You're welcome.
All right. We'll see you. 8:03.
I was just saying good luck.
Good luck. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll need that. Yeah, also for my football picks. I'll probably get better luck if you give me for my football picks. Okay.
Check Jason for that.
All right.
All right.
I'll let you know.
Hey, it's 8:03. This is the link. Let's jump on over to KUAM TV and kick it up a notch. The link is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning. Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning. That sounds like the voice of someone who got the booster.
Yeah, I'm boosted up, man.
Boosted your
Watch your
vocal
back.
cords.
Feeling just a little superhuman. It's 8:04. Yeah, get your boosters. They're having an outreach clinic today at Sinania.
Yes, so for Sinahanya, Hagatnya, and Agania Heights residents, also down in Hagat, starting at 1 in the afternoon, I should say. 400 food commodities packages are available if you are in that southern village and for that village's residents only. And if you are in need, please take advantage of that.
Right on, it's 8:04. Coming up, Democrats from the CNMI. Right here on the link. It's on the way. There was a big announcement yesterday afternoon. We'll have more on that. Also, Public Auditor BJ Cruz coming on the show. And then a little bit about the Diwali celebration. Virtual? Spoiler alert.
Well, not virtual, because, of course, Diwali, it's the Indian community. It's the festival of lights every year, and it's the celebration of light and light's triumph over darkness, which we could all use a lot of these days and everything. Wow. So I reached out to our friends in the Indian community of Guam, and they said, normally they would have this big festive celebration at the Dusatani, and invite the entire community at large to participate, but they can't do that. So everybody is celebrating for the extent of Diwali over the next 5 days in their own homes, like with their families. So we're going to get some info on that.
Nice. 8:05. This is the link. Let's go and get into our 8 o'clock newscast, which is proudly brought to you by Pacific Points. On this Thursday morning, it is the 4th day of November, year of the COVID 2021, with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mazzanani.
Off day, everybody. The number of COVID-19 related fatalities has increased again. The Joint Information Center reporting Wednesday night that there were 3 more deaths. 2 of the deaths were vaccinated individuals. 1 was partially vaccinated. All 3 reportedly had underlying health conditions. The 243rd COVID-19 related fatality was pronounced dead on arrival at Naval Hospital on November 1st. The patient was a 42-year-old woman. She was vaccinated, again with underlying health conditions. The 244th occurred at GMH on the 2nd. The patient was a 63-year-old man. He was partially vaccinated with underlying health conditions. He had tested positive on October 25th. The 244th occurred at GMH on November 3rd. The patient was a 58-year-old man. He was vaccinated with underlying health conditions. He tested positive on October 4th. The JIC also reports 47 people are hospitalized for COVID-19. There are also 2 pediatric admissions. 8 patients are receiving ICU level of care, 6 on a ventilator. The JIC also reporting that out of the 47 hospitalized patients, 25 are vaccinated, 21 unvaccinated, 1 ineligible to get the shot. Public Health reports a total of 89 new positive cases of COVID from tests analyzed between the 2nd and 3rd. To date, there have been a total of 18,410 officially reported cases. Again, 245 deaths, 2,431 cases are in isolation, and 15,734 people have recovered. The CAR score is dropped to 10.3. To date, a total of 123,934 of Guam's eligible population is fully vaccinated. A team from the CDC met with Governor Lulian Guerrero and the Department of Public Health on Wednesday at Adelup. As we first reported, the CDC is here at the request of Public Health Director Art San Agustin. He made the request last month as the island was experiencing and continuing to experience its 3rd surge of COVID. Over the next month, the CDC team will be looking into the island's high rate of dead-on-arrival cases, as well as provide assistance with surveillance and case investigations. The team consists of medical epidemiologist Jan White, senior microbiologist Duping Zhang, junior public health advisor Kendrita McClemore, and biostatistician Hong Zhao will arrive shortly. KUAM is trying to have representatives from public health on our show live to provide information on public awareness in their COVID response and also to take your questions. But because of a ban from Adelup and their communications office prohibiting any public officials to come on live on our program, we're not able to provide information live on this show to the people of Guam. The CDC, in the meantime, has given its final okay for about 28 million grade school children to get Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine. Some of the first patients got the shot in Hartford, Connecticut last night after it was authorized for 5 to 11-year-olds. Their shot is 1/3 the size of an adult dose with different colored packaging and a smaller needle. David Bonneau reports from Lafayette, Louisiana, where kids are gearing up to roll up their sleeves.
I'm very excited. I've been waiting for a very long time.
For kids like 10-year-old Ella Conrad, the vaccine will be life-changing. She has not seen her friends in nearly 2 years.
Not bad, girl.
Because she has an autoimmune disorder called ulcerative colitis.
Because of COVID, what do you do now?
I do homeschool and I just talk to my friends on FaceTime.
Because of COVID, what do you not do?
Play with my friends and go a lot of places.
Stacy Conrad is Ella's mother.
How does this now change things?
Oh, normalcy. We get to, once she's fully vaccinated, she can go have a sleepover at a friend's house. We can take our life off of pause.
Already, millions of these pediatric doses have been packaged and shipped around the country from Pfizer's distribution center in Wisconsin, and they are ready for pediatricians and pharmacies to use immediately. There are vaccine sites already set up with separate areas designed to make kids feel comfortable. The CDC says every million doses given to children ages 5 to 11 would prevent about 58,000 cases and 226 hospitalizations in that age group. But there is some hesitancy. Only 27% of parents say they will vaccinate their kids right away. 30% say they will definitely not vaccinate their kids at all. And 33% say they're going to wait and see how it's working before making a decision. Consider this. There have been nearly 2 million COVID infections among kids ages 5 to 11, and roughly 170 kids in that age group have died. Just a couple of things to think about as you decide whether or not the shot is right for your child. David Begnaud, CBS News, Lafayette, Louisiana.
And again, here at home, we're still waiting for the shipment of the Pfizer pediatric vaccines. Public Health ordered them about 2 weeks ago. According to the JIC report last night, they should begin arriving this week and are expected to arrive next week. Additionally, meetings and discussions are underway with key stakeholders, including GDOE, Catholic schools, private and charter schools, to plan for school-based immunizations. KUAM once again put in a request for Public Health today to join us live on our program to answer questions about this important undertaking involving our children. But again, as I mentioned earlier, there's a gag order for live interviews on our show. The Guam Department of Education reported Wednesday that 4 more students were positive for the COVID-19 virus. The cases were identified at Harry S. Truman Elementary School, MU Lujan Elementary School, Weddingale Elementary School, and Agata Johnston Middle School. No new COVID cases were reported among GDOE employees. The CNMI, in the meantime, records 1 more COVID-19 positive individual identified through contact tracing on November 2nd. There are 39 active cases identified since October 28. 31 of those cases were found through contact tracing, while 7 were found through community testing and 1 identified through travel testing. They tested 427 people on November 2nd. The total case count in Saipan is 330 since March 2020. With more news now, here is Isaiah again.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. Republican senators are not brushing aside a costly mistake made by legislative staff that resulted in the governor signing a bill that opens up the local war claims program to thousands more potential claimants. After a series of delays during an already rescheduled session, Legislative Clerk Renee Manu was finally brought in to explain to senators, including Republican Joanne Brown, how Speaker Therese Terlahi's out-of-order amendment made it onto the bill.
As far as the floor amendment, it was placed where it should be, and then when it transitioned, the comment that was left there was specific to a technical. So the focus was that language was there. As far as the proofreading of the language that was there was somewhat of an oversight.
I'm a little concerned now I'm being asked to be a proofreader. And unfortunately, probably for the rest of this term, I'm going to have to be for my own sense of comfort, which is totally unnecessary because it's not in the history of the legislature the normal process, even though I see public statements being made that every senator missed this. I mean, we have key people here. That is the main job that they're supposed to perform. So if that slips through, if this was a little technical mistake, it had some substantial impact to the whole intent of the bill that has caused a lot of upheaval.
Senator Brown, you still have the floor.
Senators were supposed to be focused on fixing the war claims bill by removing the amendment that was mistakenly added. They were recessed until tomorrow without getting to that discussion. A bill to establish a USDA certified slaughterhouse on Guam to jumpstart local ranching and meat packing industries drew plenty of discussion during a public hearing. KUAM's Nestor Lecanto reports.
The measure by Senator Clint Rigel directs GITA to develop an RFP for a public-private partnership. It also transfers 2 acres of Chamorro Land Trust property for a site and appropriates up to $3 million in financial assistance. But the CLTC's Angie Camacho, testifying on behalf of Trust Chairman John Regis Jr., said they support it in theory, but have a few concerns.
Do we want a slaughterhouse located over our aquifer? Is the processing or pre-processing facility, is this a processing or pre-processing facility or both? To expand the leakage potential in both process is high, and how would it be contained to not have negative impact to our northern aquifers? Is there sufficient infrastructure to support this type of facility?
Meanwhile, the Department of Agriculture's John Borja urged support of the bill, saying a certified local slaughterhouse is long overdue.
Age of farmers that are gradually disappearing, but it also gives a momentum for the potential for new livestock producers, new generation. And I'm seeing a lot of interest of the growing need for a livestock slaughterhouse.
Thomas Camacho says the intent of the bill is good, but its contents are flawed. He represents a separate group called Guahan Livestock Producers Cooperative, which is working on the same slaughterhouse issue.
I was not invited to this table, but I brought my chair, Madam Chair, because it's important for the community. It's important for our people. It's important for our island. It's important for sustainability. And all we are saying is let us continue working on our plans, because at the end of the day, we would provide this legislative body with a concrete plan that would be sustainable and modeled to fit this island.
Camacho adds that there have been 3 attempts by the Agriculture Department in the last 31 years to launch a certified slaughterhouse, with so far no results. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
31-year-old Taguali Aki pleaded not guilty to manslaughter and aggravated assault related to an altercation that occurred at a Tamunin restaurant that claimed the life of 23-year-old Jaron Wellbacker. Aki, along with 22-year-old John M. Muliaga and 36-year-old Joseph Ducati, were arrested for the October death. Aki has been serving in the U.S. military for 12 years and moved to Guam from America Samoa in 2019. His next hearing will be in front of Judge Alberto Tolentino. The CNMI is shifting its testing strategy to given their aggressive contact tracing. They are encouraging only those who may be exposed or are experiencing symptoms of COVID-19 to be tested, stressing that testing only provides a snapshot in time that requires personal quarantine to truly reflect their status.
I think people misunderstand that testing, once they're tested, they're negative, okay, I can go out and do anything. That's really not the right purpose for the testing. So anyway, but it does help. It does help to find those that really do have exposure and they don't know about it.
So far, only 1 case was identified through recent community-based testing, which can accommodate 500 people a day, or about 1% of the population during each testing event. The rest of the recent positive cases were identified through contact tracing efforts. CNMI Hospital CEO Esther Muñoz also shared that vaccinations for kids is expected to roll out this weekend.
We are expecting shipment to arrive on November 6th. And once we receive them, we are actually rolling it out on the same day.
They are expecting over 2,700 doses of the Pfizer vaccine in the initial shipment. And that's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The NMI Democratic Party endorsed Representative Tina Sablon as their gubernatorial candidate in next year's election. She was elected out of 5 potential candidates. If elected, she would be the first female governor of the CNMI. There are now 3 teams vying for the executive seat. Independent candidates sitting Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios and sitting Republican Governor Ralph Torres have both announced their gubernatorial campaigns. The NMI Democrats also endorsed Delegate Khalili Sablon as their candidate for the seat in U.S. Congress. The CNMI House probe into Governor Torres' expenditures continues to escalate. Among more legislative subpoenas issued this week, documents sent to KUAM confirmed that former Senator Will Castro was issued a subpoena on the 29th of October. He's expected to appear before the JGO committee on November 9th at 10:30 in the morning to discuss first reimbursements for meals, hostings, and gifts claimed by or on behalf of Governor Torres and First Lady Diane Torres, and they also want to hear testimony on travel and meetings conducted or claimed by or on behalf of the Governor and First Lady, also involving reimbursement requests. Additionally, from the CNMI, the U.S. Department of Labor Region 6 office commended the CNMI Department of Labor for its proper implementation of the PUA program, citing 7 best practices. Secretary of Labor Vicky Beneventi and key staff within the CNMI Department of Labor's PUA program met virtually with U.S. Department of Labor Employment and Training Administration representatives from the Region 6 office in San Francisco. The meeting was held to discuss the culmination of a 6-month-long monitoring review from April to September 2021 of the CNMI DOL's overall administration of PUA and FPUC programs in the Marianas. KUAM has invited GDOL Director David De La Sola to come on live on our program, even offering him any time, any day. But again, Adeloop is not allowing any live interviews of government officials on our show. Renters in need of assistance are encouraged to apply for the Emergency Rental Assistance for ERA program by this Friday. That is tomorrow. DOA will then momentarily pause on accepting online applications and office submissions for ERA to allow for review and processing. ERA will resume accepting applications on November 22nd. You can apply online at www.doa.guam.gov, via email or in person at the ERA office located on the 2nd floor, Suite 219 in the ITC building. For more information, you can call 671-638-4518 or 9. Again, we have requested DOA Director Edward Byrne to come on our show live to talk about ERA and other issues related to the Department of Administration. And again, Adeloop has that gag order for any live interviews on our show. For this week's Inside Business, our Tyler Mazzanani takes us over to Hagåtña to see how the pandemic has impacted a long-time locally owned business.
Addis Trust and Investment Inc. is a locally owned and family-owned business that has operated for over 40 years. Their primary focus is the development, management, and leasing of commercial leasing properties. President of the company, Sunny Atta.
We lease to doctors, lawyers, banks, barbershops, small businesses. Yes, we have a variety of tenants that we manage.
Sunny says the impacts of COVID, coupled with the constant changing of government mandates, forced the company to adapt, start assessing operations, and seeing everything from a worst-case scenario.
What we would do in some cases is lower rents now, but extend the lease term later. So, you know, we have to work with each other. I mean, the worst-case scenario would have been to, you know, terminate leases and have empty spaces. In this way, we were able to keep cash flow going and extend it out longer. When you have your bars and your eating establishments that are basically told to shut down, yeah, that was a hard time for them and a hard time for us, so we couldn't press them. You know, our look was, if the government shuts you down, then how can we consciously hit you for rent?
He says the key in keeping operations up was communicating with tenants on the different funding and programs available.
We've also had to sit down with almost every tenant and kind of iron out where we're going with them. But the important thing was to keep them in business. If they're in business, we're in business. So we've had to take some hits, we had to take some delays, but again, we've managed with almost every one of our tenants to keep them on board, and we've kept just about everyone operating, and if anything, we've picked up some new tenants.
Although they're bracing for harder times ahead, they're also positioning themselves for better days.
Now for fixing up properties, non-structural or non-safety improvements, we're tending to that now. We look forward to doing that. We need to keep our buildings clean. We need to keep our island looking good.
With Inside Business, I'm Tyler Matanani.
With your news in Chamorro, here's Ken Conception.
Buenas tardes to get some to be finito Chamorro ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Identifica sa arresta si Augusto Borja Camacho Jr., 29 anos na edad, por ipatene gi manalagong prisionero Anthony Camacho, gini Department of Corrections gi Egan Martes. Sumelo estidos. Maaresta si Augusto por mentalo ani makegatsa si Anthony, dan por renuncia maaresta. Masoda si Anthony gi mongmong kasi 5 oras sila malago gi sagang kunarentina gi DOC gi Mangilaw. Masoda za makonni za nitsiluni Augusto ana estabe 2 galong kereta gi fiuni Benson Hardware na tenda. Masasunto, Sofia Tagalua Haki, 31 anos na edad, sa plead not guilty, pero nasakan manslaughter and aggravated assault. Gadsi mimo ni masusedi gi tamuning na sagan samotsu, no pinino si Jaron Welbecker, 23 anos na edad. Si Haki dan si John M. Muliaga, 22 anos na edad, dan si Joseph Decade, 36 anos na edad, sa maresta, pero na fenaita gi Oktubre. Si Haki sa Estados Unidos ki militar de Estados Unidos da matumagiguahan por Osaga gin American Samoa. Ito na hearing sa schedule gimenan Wes Alberto Tolentino. Yuto mo na asunto gi Finot Chamorro gin ni KUAM News para pagwa na Webes, asunto gin ni Rizata, investigasyon ni House gi CNMI, pero gaston niya siya Gobernador Ralph Torres sa siya mas 40 hinanaw niya. Intiado siya na supina ni man fanhusang pagwa na semana, ano gidokumento ni mananagwato gi KUAM na makonfirma na ginin Senador Guahan si Will Castro sa masupina gi 29 gi Oktubre. Pero ano gimena ni JGO na komiteya, gi 19 gi Nobyembre, gi alas 10:30 gi ekaan. Pero madiskuti gwini finene na, adyo siya reimbursement para inang kano para sinisedimento, jang gaston regalo siya ni maklama para Gobernador Torres dan Sagwana Dayan, man malago loke na komite na mahungok testimonyo siya, pubueta zan meeting siya na madokumento pan maklama no Gobernador dan Sagwana, gi request and reimbursement. Para Guam News Network, Guam si Ken Conception. Yasuto gi Finot Chamorro sa presenta zan inafato ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Learn about people and organizations making a difference in our community on the greater good every Wednesday during The Link. Building awareness, promoting events, generating change. Find inspiration to seek out the greater good every Wednesday. Listen, watch, stream. Miss The Link? Miss a lot. Presented by Jay Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
Good morning, 8:33. The late John Akfaji by Hana Tati. Good morning. This is The Link. Tomas Maglotnia. Good morning, Tomas.
Good morning, everyone.
Wow, so it kind of seems like
the Marianas is going to be the place to be for the elections next year. As it's not just turning up over there in the NMI, but on Guam as well. As well, we know that it's going to be juicy if Congressman San Nicolas decides to run. If he doesn't run, I don't really think I think it's going to be. Well, I'm not going to say it's going to be a walk in the park for Governor Liu, but definitely they're going to have a hard time. I think Congressman San Nicolas, he just carries with him a big amount of support that these people are just crazy about the guy. I mean, and I think he would just enter an election with just a certain amount of votes, like in the bag already, right? So we'll see. I know that when the media had asked Congressman San Nicolas about his intention to run, he had said that he was leaning towards that decision, and the response from Adelup was that, hey, we don't got time to worry about election. We're busy responding to this pandemic, which is a little ironic because they're actually having a birthday fundraiser for the governor this weekend at the Guam Museum, which I'm kind of curious how they're going to do that.
Virtually.
Virtually, but then there's, I mean, it's just a little confusing. But so I just thought it was funny that they were like, oh, well, he's talking about running for governor, we're responding to this pandemic, and then, lo and behold, a little bit down the road, they're campaigning for re-election. But it is what it is, guys. 8:34, so yeah, it's going to be juicy on Guam. We haven't even started talking about the Republicans. Everyone throws out Frank Blas Jr.'s name. I don't know if that's as a number one or as a number two, but I think the Republicans definitely got some figuring out to do if they're going to even run anybody, right? I don't know, because with the Governor Liu and Lieutenant Governor Josh, I mean, they are making the moves right now, right? The village meetings are fire. They're hiring their generals into the government of Guam. They're having fundraisers, so they're definitely going to be, as the incumbent always is, the team to beat next year. And then over in the NMI, currently the sitting governor, Ralph Torres, Republican, is the center of these proceedings.
Yes, of the legislative probe that we've been reporting on that's been ongoing for over a year now, I think. But Chris, before we get to that, I did want to wish all of our viewers in the CNMI a happy Citizenship Day.
That's right. Can you explain what that is? Because I saw there was a release from Governor Torres. I had no idea what it is.
Yeah, so just wanted to share this message from the mayor of Tinian, Ed Aldon, who's been on our show a few times before. He goes, on this day, nearly 35 years ago, the people of the Marianas became official citizens of the United States. We remain thankful to be citizens of a great nation, but more importantly, we acknowledge the strong relationship between the Commonwealth and its federal partners. Happy Citizenship Day, Marianas. Stay safe and enjoy your day. That coming from the office of the mayor of Tinian, Ed Aldon. So happy Citizenship Day. And yeah, I think government's out for work today. So
it's holiday.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, and so what we're talking about with Governor Ralph Torres, kind of the center of these, and this probe, it's like pretty crazy. I mean, there's allegations that he was, I guess he raises pigs, and there are allegations that his power was being
Power,
covered,
bills,
right, all covered by the taxpayers of the NMI. And then there was like questionable travel.
First class travel.
Wasn't there
fishing
something
trips,
using the Harbor
trips,
Patrol boat to go fishing?
Personal security detail, all of that.
What is with the hot Cheetos?
What is with the hot Cheetos?
Is there some kind of
Cheetos? Just regular
expense
Cheetos?
with the Cheetos? I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I think that might be pennies compared to everything the
right,
power bill that people are talking about.
Okay, so that's going on with Governor Torres, and then meanwhile,
his lieutenant governor, Arnold Palacios, who we had on the show last week.
Yeah, I know you're trying to hurry this along, but it's just crazy to me. I mean, Lieutenant Governor Palacios came out and was like, I'm running for governor, screw this. Well, I didn't throw him under their bus, he ran in front of it. I don't want no more, I want to do my own thing. And then now we have the Democrats.
The Democrats last night coming out with a huge announcement that Representative Tina Sablan is their candidate for the governor in 2022, and also just new news as well, but something that's expected. Kilili is their candidate for U.S. delegates.
Because there was rumors, and he had even said, like, I might even run for governor.
Yes,
right?
Lots of serious considerations, right? And he was seriously considering that too. Yeah. And so, yeah, he decided to stay in the U.S. Congress. I mean,
Right.
I think if the leadership that he brings to the U.S. House, it might not come as much of a surprise to you.
Yeah, it's I mean, he does bring a lot to the table, and he does a lot of heavy lifting down there in Congress, not just for the NMI but also for Guam. So yeah, I'm kind of glad that he's staying there. So let's get into it now. It's a three-way. It's going to be a three-way race. We've got the Republicans, the Independents, and then the Democrats. And now we're bringing on the Democratic Party chair.
Yes, we have the NMI Democratic Party chair, Nola Hicks. Nola, are you there? Can you hear us? Thanks for joining us.
Yes, I can. Thank you so much for having me.
And let's just start with the big announcement from last night. We're sharing the release on our screen right now with Tina Sablan accepting the gubernatorial nomination for the Democratic Party. Let's start there. What are your initial comments or reactions to that? Obviously, you knew before everyone else did.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we're really excited, and it's funny. It's funny that you guys. Can you guys hear me? Are we good?
Yes.
Okay. It's funny that you guys were going over the JGO investigations because, seriously, we've been actually looking for a governor since March. We've been in talks about our governor, who the governor would be, who our potential candidates would be, and Kilili was actually at the top of our list. I'm sure you guys have saw that the Democratic Party was endorsing him to be governor because we knew that he could run unopposed. So we had been in discussions about this gubernatorial candidacy since March, and when the JGO investigations had begun, I felt that the optics of just trying to do this probe while campaigning for governor just wouldn't look right. So we put everything on hold, and then eventually all the revelations of everything that you guys have just talked about and then some came to light. So we were like, okay, November's coming up. We'll be 1 year into the elections. Let's get started. So when we had our conversations with Kilili, and he was mentioning to us that he wasn't thinking to run, that's when the elected Democrats were like, okay, well then maybe we should start our own search committee. Maybe the party should start looking for somebody just in case. So we started this gubernatorial search committee, which was a 5-man team, and they started about a month and a half ago. And then unfortunately, the passing of Ivan Blanco happened, and then we had this special election. So everything just kind of like derailed for a little bit because we had to jump into election mode. But the deadline for us to try to go ahead and announce our gubernatorial ticket was immediately after the special election. So once that concluded, I went ahead and adhered with our bylaws by making sure that we did an outreach. I don't know if you guys were paying attention, but the Republican Party didn't even open it up. They basically had chosen their candidates, and that was it. So we wanted to make sure that we opened it up. We did our outreach for 2 weeks, and anybody and everybody that was willing to step up to the plate, we wanted to give them that opportunity to go ahead and submit their letters of intent / a nomination. So, I'm glad that, we did it that way. We adhered to the process. It was very transparent. We wanted to make sure that we didn't leave any stone unturned.
And Nola, speaking of not leaving any stone unturned, why did you decide to choose Representative Tina Sablan? What makes her the most qualified person to hold the governor's seat?
So initially, that recommendation was based on the gubernatorial search committee. So what had happened was they had already started their process of potential prospects of people that they heard in the community that were interested in running. So they had interviewed 5 candidates. I can't tell you the names, but Tina was one of them. So they went ahead and did their interview process, and basically after everything had concluded, they had submitted their recommendation to me. Personally, on just me endorsing the ticket, I've known Tina for many years. For me, the way I look at it is, I've watched her grow from when she tried to run for Senate and she didn't succeed, but when she was ran in the House and she won, when she was working under Kalili's office. She's just very intellectual, one. Two, I felt, just watching her over the years, and mainly these past 4 years, she is one of the most hardworking representatives on the Hill. And I think there's no doubt about it that her colleagues, it's just, the way she works in terms of, just the probe in general, of the amount of work she's doing with the JGO investigation, staying on top of her committee with health and welfare, making sure that the medical referral program is under wraps, and just a lot of the different things that she's just taken the lead on. And I think what really stood out to me the most was when her and her colleague, Edwin Probst, had met with a bunch of the CW workers, along with the labor workers that were not properly compensated from the casino. A lot of these Turkish workers that were abandoned by the casino, and when her and Ed had reached out to these Turkish labor workers that were stranded on Saipan, I saw a different side of Tina. So it's not just in her performance and the work that she does on the Hill, but it's also the way she resonates with people that are really struggling. And a lot of our island residents have been struggling with this pandemic, with the PUA assistance, just a lot of different things are happening. But, Tina seems to be on top of it in terms of rallying and making sure that she gets to the bottom of what's happening and taking care of our citizens. So I trust Tina, most definitely.
And speaking of people who have had her support, I think folks were surprised not to see Lieutenant Governor as a part of the announcement last night. What's the status on that? I mean, you mentioned Ed Probst. I think a lot of people have said that they wanted to see Tina and Ed run together, Nola. Is that going to be the case?
Yeah, so, it's funny that, I basically did this 2-week outreach. I was like, okay, we're going to find our governor, our lieutenant governor, and our delegate, thinking that everything was just going to fall in place and that people would be ready. But, it's funny that nobody had submitted a letter of intent to run for lieutenant governor. So what had happened is we had already stated that the party would give the discretion of whoever the governor is to choose their running mate. So, I take the full blame. It was irresponsible of me to think that Tina would be able to make such a decision in such a short time. So, she had requested, she's like, if I could have a little bit more time to choose my running mate, would the party be able to step in and help me with that? And of course, most definitely, we're ready to help her in her search for her running mate. And so the plan is we start today. We opened up the letters of intent and submissions for nominations for lieutenant governor. If people out there want to run with Tina, we basically want to know who they are. She's drafted a list. We have a list. And then eventually we're going to narrow that list down, and hopefully come deadline, we'll be ready to announce who her running mate is.
And of course, it would have been ideal to have Representative Sablan on herself, but we know that she's taking care of family matters that are really important at the moment. And so thanks for joining us. I do want to ask, though, we've heard Probst's name come up. We've also heard Senator Edith de Leon Guerrero. Are you able to share if those are some of the top runners? And also, because there are 4 other people, right?
I've already received nominations for people that some citizens have reached out to me. Actually, several citizens have reached out to me talking about Ed Probst, Edith de Leon Guerrero, Senator Paul Manglonia was also one. So, there are several different names have come to mind. Like I said, Tina has a list of people that have reached out to her directly. She hasn't shared this list with me yet. So hopefully come tomorrow, we'll be able to take a look at her list and put together our list. And then we're basically going to form a separate search committee to be able to help her find her running mate.
And I know one thing you mentioned is the reason why you changed up, there's no primary for the Democratic Party, is you didn't want to sow division. Did people leave a little hurt yesterday? I know you were choosing from a pool of 5. It's a bit crowded, no?
Yeah, and that's the whole reason why we had chosen and we had agreed to keep the names confidential. As you know, the selection of governor was a tough decision. As I was discussing with the gubernatorial search committee, there were 5 really, really good candidates, and to avoid the shame of not being selected, we had chosen to keep their names confidential, specifically because we wanted to make sure that when we did tell Tita that she was the nominee, should she not accept, we would have a plan B. So that was one reason. But another reason is if the thing is stepping up to the highest seat in the land is not an easy decision. We wanted to make sure that although these people were not selected, that we would have a different place in office for them in 2022, whether it be in a different capacity, whether it be a cabinet position or within the party or a different seat for public office. These options would be open. So,
and
yeah,
Nola, one thing
definitely.
too, we had Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios on our show last week. I'm not sure if you caught that interview, but he did mention that his proposal to the NMI Democrats, I assumed he met with you as well, is that just support the independent ticket that he has with Saipan Mayor David Apatang. Did you entertain that? And ultimately, why did you not decide to support his independent ticket?
Okay, so what had happened is we had discussions prior to the special election and again after the special election, and I have a lot of respect for Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios and Mayor Apatang. I know them on a personal level, lots of respect for them, and we actually want to keep the dialogue going. But I did open it up for them to be able to submit their letters of intent. I think the deal breaker for that was declaring as a Democrat. So one of the main conditions to be able to run under our party was making sure that we ran a full Democratic slate. And as you heard with Kilili Sablan declaring as a Democrat, it basically had changed the trajectory, specifically because, he was making the announcement that he was not going to be running independent, specifically because, he didn't want people to think that he was going to be running under the Arnold and Dave ticket. But he was also making that declaration specifically because it was a promise that he had made some time ago that eventually one day he would run as a Democrat. So we're really excited about that. But that was the deal breaker. I knew that even though we were going to be able to support each other, whether it be in the runoff or just in future capacities, that if it came down to it, I don't think that they were going to be willing to declare as Democrats. So that's pretty much what that was about.
And what's the strategy moving ahead now? We're probably going to have a runoff, right, in November?
Well, I guess we'd have to wait and see. I mean, the idea is to get as much support as we can with regards to this announcement. First off, it's Citizenship Day. We wanted to make sure that the people of the CNMI could not just celebrate the holiday in general, but celebrate this good news that we have ahead of us. But, we have to make sure that, moving forward all the way until the 20th of this month, that we make a clear and sound decision on who her running mate is going to be, because I think that would definitely send a strong message and set the tone for how this runoff election is going to happen. And so we just have to wait and see.
And I did want to just wrap up here by talking about, I did attend the press conference that you had at the Hyatt a few weeks ago when you were first announcing the search. And one thing that was mentioned was the significance of the special election. In terms of voting blocks and outreach, what's the strategy moving forward?
So we definitely want to be able to use the same strategy as we used with Karina. Now, as you know, Karina was able to win by a landslide. As you can see, the strategy has always been to take down corruption. We ran off the campaign of good governance because, good governance has been lacking for several years now. And I've been screaming and protesting and doing all sorts of things just to wake our voters up. So this is a turning point. I think the results of that election sent a clear message that a lot of people have had enough. And that's pretty much the strategy. The strategy is to make sure that voters are informed on the issues, to make sure that voters take their frustrations to the ballot box and start voting for candidates that are actually going to represent them and not mistreat them. So, you know, that's been the goal since day one, is just to keep voters informed on the issues that are surrounding them. We want to make sure that we have a great platform that they can resonate with. But at the same time, I think like I said, the strong message is making sure that the good governance continues, not just in 2022, but in the future as well. We have a lot of work to do.
All right. Thank you so much, Nola. I appreciate your time. And once again, the Congresswoman Tina Sablan, House of Representatives, not able to join us, but did want to read her statement. A part of her statement, she says, quote here, "I am ready and willing to serve you, the people of the Commonwealth, as that kind of governor. We have so much work to do to clean up our government and our islands, build an economy that raises everyone up, and chart a new path forward for a healthier, safer, fairer, and more beautiful Commonwealth that we can all be proud of." That, again, coming from Representative Tina Sablan herself. And just joining us, you're hearing from NMI Democratic Party Chair Nola Hicks. Thanks so much, Nola. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, guys. And Viva Guam, Viva Marianas.
There you go. Thank you, Nola. We got that on tape, right? Viva Guam.
Yes, we did. One Marianas.
There you go. 8:55. It's Thursday, November 4th. Yeah, Tom, so it sounds like it's going to be pretty juicy.
Yes, it will be. And I mean, I don't even know where to start. There's like 5 campaigns going on right now. And so we're of course going to try and get a comment from Representative Sablan once she's available. And all the other, you know, we had Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios on the show, Representative Sablan, and since I started working here, I've been wanting to interview Governor Ralph Torres on the show as well. So we're going to continue.
I did put out the ask. I put out an ask to Kevin, who's the spokesperson
the press secretary.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And I guess they're looking at it. But I wanted to ask about Congresswoman Sablan. Where is she? Like, she like the top vote getter?
Well, we know that she's held, like as Tina was outlining, held a seat in the House before. I think a lot of people also know her as a former TV journalist as well, who covered a lot of the impeachment of Governor Fithiel as well. And so
she came from the media.
I mean, from different places. Her background is in the environment in terms of her academics as well. And so, yeah, we're going to have a lot more about her and more developments from the CNMI politics on tonight's show.
Right on. Sounds good.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Tomas. Daily question, anything?
Yeah, we do. We have we got a lot of responses yesterday from our daily question. Yesterday we asked, this was before the full approval was given, so we asked, will you get your children ages 5 to 11 vaccinated? And of course, as we've been reporting, the CNMI is rolling out 2,700 doses, and they're planning to vaccinate children this Saturday at the multipurpose center. So we
keep rubbing it in.
Just reporting the news here. And Reina on Facebook says, nope, I haven't read any articles on side effects. I'm a parent who's vaccinated but won't let my 6-year-old get it at this time. Over on our Facebook page, lots of no's. Just nope, no exclamation point, multiple exclamation points. I think most of the comments, if we were to look at this unscientific poll on our Facebook page, say no.
A lot of hard no's.
Lots of hard no's. Barbara also commenting though, yes, as soon as possible. Some people looking forward to that. And on our Instagram page, someone writing, protecting your kids should be instinct, neglecting science is naive. Jeremy writes on our Instagram, and sharing some of the direct messages that we got as well. Someone writing, are you out of your mind? Hell no. And then also on our Instagram, lots of yeses as well, scattered throughout the comments. And wanted to share this last comment with you. This person saying, no, because if I can't bear the first shot pain, what makes you think my kids will? And that was our daily question yesterday. We'll have a new one up that might be related to the gubernatorial election at 10 this morning.
Wait, which one?
You'll have to wait and see at 10.
Right, there you
and
go.
if you missed that, it'll be on primetime. And as always, we'll share your responses on the link tomorrow.
Right. You'd think with all this hesitancy, I mean, I know it's an unscientific poll, but in just asking around, there does seem to be a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of parents who are like, yeah, we're going to get them. No worries, right? But, I mean, just based on our responses, do you think that there should be, there should have already been, or should there be an effort underway to kind of promote?
Well, I know what's happening in the CNMI, and it's being promoted. They're pushing it out now. They're going to vaccinate the same day they get the shipment. They're not waiting a second.
Right.
And so that's the approach that the Public Health on Saipan has made. We reported on that. The full press conference on that is posted on our KUM YouTube channel. Yeah. And I think one thing that was also stressed is that while testing is great and can definitely identify cases, one thing that the hospital CEO, Esther Munya, in the CNMI said was that it only really provides a snapshot in time. And if you're tested, also, for it to be truly accurate, you should have a personal quarantine, as in not really interacting with people after you get a test.
Right.
And so the epidemiologist, Stephanie Alali, I believe, also who I think assists Dr. Ann Pobetsky here in Guam, was sent over to the CNMI to assist them in addressing their recent spike in cases. And from what we're hearing, it seems to be an isolated spread, so containment seems to be underway. And again, they're making that shift to aggressive contact tracing instead of mass testing every single day, which might not be as strategic, they say.
I think there's a lot of lessons here for us to learn from you guys. But to see the Chamorros on Guam, that's never going to happen. I mean, if I even was like, hey, Adaloop, you know, they're doing the same thing. Oh, no, shut the door in his face.
Also,
They
Chris,
just don't
I
wanna
hope you
hear
know,
it. They
if
just don't
you
wanna hear
all
it.
out there are listening, I talk about the CNMI a lot. That's my beat.
Yeah, guys,
so
yeah.
I cover what's happening
I know.
in the CNMI. And so, I mean, that's what's happening. You
That
know,
is,
that's
that is what's happening, is
Yeah.
they're actually doing things ahead of time. So much of our movements are reactive, right? But it is what it is, guys. So good job, Tomas.
Yeah, I mean, there's also criticism still, right, that exists too for this approach. A lot of people are saying that the COVID-19 task force pivoted much faster in the previous months when there haven't been cases. And now that there are cases, they're wondering, why isn't there much of a pivot?
Well, it
And
looks
so-
pretty like a pretty hard pivot to me. I mean, it shut down
yeah,
the schools.
I mean,
and-
I think also a lot of people on the ground saying, you know, we'll take care of each other as a community. We can be there for each other. So don't expect everything to come from the task force.
and I mean,
we will
the-
be there for each other.
Governor Torres, I mean, say what you will, right? But the pivot that he did with this little mini surge, to me, it was pretty spot on, because we haven't pivoted anything in 16 weeks. We haven't pivoted nothing. We've been standing still, doing the same thing over and over. People die, we're not pivoting, right? Babies die, we're not pivoting. We just keep doing the same thing that isn't working. And you know, as the cases start to decline, I think the real question we're going to have to ask ourselves when we get out of this surge is, was the cost that we paid worth it? The loss of life, the tremendous loss of life. Was it worth it? I don't believe it was. I think things could have definitely been different.
Hindsight is 2020.
That's right. It's more like 40-40. Thank you, Tomas.
Thank you, Chris.
Right on. We're coming back with Public Auditor DJ Cruz next here on The Link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape. See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUAM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUAM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
Oh man, you missed it, Bree. We had like the CNMI Democratic Party.
Oh no, I was watching.
I know.
I was watching. That's gonna be exciting, just
It
like
is.
ours is gonna be.
Oh God, I'm so excited. Ooh boy.
It's on the same day as ours, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's gonna be
wow.
crazy.
Our coverage. Oh my goodness.
Because Tomas, of course, doing regional coverage for us. I mean, he is of Luta descent. He cracked me up yesterday. He was doing the shoot over at the hospital, and I guess there's a person he was interviewing. They said, "Hey, you really got a Rhoda face." Yeah, they told Tomas, you really got a Rhoda face, because he's from Rhoda.
Right.
And it's like one of those things, like you don't know what they're trying to say, but you know what they're saying. And so I saw he tweeted about it. I was like, "Hey, that was a compliment." He was like, "Dude, I blushed." So there you go. 912 Public Auditor BJ Cruz joins us now in the KUAM News Zoom room. Good morning, BJ.
Good morning.
So I wanted to bring you on, well, just to catch up as well, but there was something that came out from the AG.
That AG opinion on, I think it was on Gura retroactive raises for the director and executive director. And
oh, yes.
I was trying to kind of understand. So, did they give out retroactive raises? Did you see the opinion?
Yes, I did.
Well, you requested it. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was provided to our office on Tuesday.
Right.
So I didn't realize Monday was a holiday, and I came in.
Yeah, what did you make of it? Can you give us a layman's term explanation on what exactly this opinion said? Because I read it a few times, And I wasn't
the
sure.
opinion, first I want to thank the Attorney General for issuing the opinion. Also commend him on it for a very well reasoned and written opinion. In it, he goes through and talks about two specific laws. One, the law as it relates to retroactive pay for unclassified employees, and he made the distinction of giving retroactive pay increases to unclassified and classified employees, and the fact that unclassifieds aren't supposed to receive retroactive pay increases unless a specific law provides for it.
Mm-hmm.
As it relates to the classified employees, they can, because there is a different statute that says that it can go back. It can be backdated, as it were, retroactive back. But he went through a fairly lengthy discussion on how and why this one should not have been. And he also pointed out another law that was in effect at the same time, that was still during FY19, and the fact that when I was still at the legislature and we had our last budget, we included a provision freezing salary increases for FY19. And we specifically and explicitly put a provision in that FY19 budget stating that at the end of the fiscal year, there is to be no effort to try to recoup for that year, because we wanted to cover. Remember during can't even remember whose administration it was. No, it was the beginning of the Calvert administration, where they gave retroactive meritorious increases back to 1995 to some people. Do you remember that?
The merit bonuses?
Yeah, the merit bonus.
No, I remember.
Yeah, and so in the FY19 budget, we specifically included a provision to try to stop that, so that there wouldn't be this, as it were, a moratorium on the payment of salary increase, and then all of a sudden it would be paid at the end of the 12-month period, retroed back. And so we put a specific clause into the budget to prohibit that. I'm going to have to ask the Attorney General now, in a separate letter. I'm going to have to pose a question to him. I think the autonomous agencies are claiming that it did not apply to them, but now that the Attorney General has made an opinion saying that the retroactive pay raise for GORA, which is also a autonomous agency that does not have any GovGuam budget allocation, if it covers covers them, then how about the autonomous agencies? Because I hear that a couple of agencies are claiming that they are not covered by that budget prohibition. And GORA actually is all federal money, as opposed to the Port CCU with GWA and GPA. When they give salary increases up there and they increase their salaries and their operation costs, it is paid for by us, the ratepayers or the consumers, in a tax, as it were, on us. Whereas GORA is completely federal. That really has no impact on us except the benefits that it provides to us. So that's going to be interesting. I'm going to have to ask that, get that clarification.
So, so you made the request though after your office discovered that there were personnel action forms that appeared to have effective dates retroactive to the date that the salary adjustments were authorized. So the AG comes out with this opinion. Would you say
we discovered that it was authorized in June to be effective in September, but it was also retroactive back to January, and his opinion says that it can go forward, but it can't go backwards. It can go forward after September 31st, after the FY19 prohibition against freeze salary meritorious increases in FY19, but it can't occur before that, and it can't be retroactive into the fiscal year that had a freeze.
Mm-hmm. So were these pay raises then paid out retroactively?
They were.
And they weren't supposed to be.
Yeah, according to his opinion, yes.
Will anything be done, or can anything be done about this, or?
That's up to him. I think, as he stated in his press release, once I make the request of the Office of the Attorney General, it's up to them. They can decide what they're going to do, though. They will opine, and they will make a decision on whether or not they're going to do anything civilly, criminally, or whatever, or nothing.
I know that in the press release also it said that November of last year, the AG's office, your office, you teamed up, right, and you're tackling misuse of public work funds and work to increase transparency. And then it cited what happened with the CCU and the closed door talks and pay raises and bonus for certain employees, which violated the open government law. Has there been any other instances where you guys as a team have discovered any other misuse of public funds?
None that we have reported out lately.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's happening with a couple of the audits that we're doing, and we'll see when we complete the audits.
BJ, we do a lot of FOIAs, right? And so on this retroactive raise issue, could you kind of clarify, because I see a lot of documents where it'll be, you get it from like DOA, right? And let's say it's like someone got an $11,000 raise or whatever, and it'll say something like effective date July 20th, but then the date of the transaction will be like September 10th or whatever. So does that count as like a retroactive raise, or is that just that it takes the paperwork so long to get all around everywhere?
It can. It's both. And if it's a classified employee, there's the Attorney General's opinion cites another code section that says that's okay if it's a classified employee. If it's an unclassified employee, ever since that law prohibiting retroactive pay raises, unclassified employees cannot get their meritorious salary increases retroactively.
So what would you make of it?
Unless there is a specific statute that grants authority for it.
And which would that be?
No, I mean, it would have there would have to be some law that says, except for And since he found none in this case, then he found that the retroactive pay was violative of the law.
So I mean, this, I don't know if this is a legal question, but does it matter if it's retroactive for, you know, going back a year or for a few months?
If it's an unclassified employee from the meritorious pay raise issue that I talked about earlier, that Sabrina remembers, it went back. Remember, some agencies went back 15 years, others only went back 3. Yeah. Do you remember that, Sabrina?
Yes, it was a long time. And they were supposed to pay it back.
Not the employees. If they're classified, they never were. Those employees, the classifieds, were not asked to pay it back.
You know, while we're on the subject of unclassified hires, so is it okay for an unclassified employee to jump multiple steps? Like to go from like a, you know, an N6 to like an N20 or whatever, along with the relative increase in salary?
It all depends. And it could be just the fact that the appointing authority, whoever the director was, is making a decision to change the salary for certain individuals. It can. I mean, it could be raised as a question at civil service, but it's not something that I've looked at. But unclassified, they can just reclassify them as, I should have hired them at N20 rather than hired them at N1. That's the appointing authority's discretion.
So if you're an unclassified political hire, you can jump all around and get an increase in pay or whatever, as long as it's not retroactive?
Right. Unclassified, yeah.
Well, you guys got to start checking these documents, because a lot of these raises that we uncover, they are retroactive, and sometimes it'll be, you know, retroactive a month, 2 months.
Well, depending on whether that employee was hired as a classified or unclassified. I mean, was that a classified position?
Unclassified. I'm talking unclassified.
Oh, okay. Well, when and if that is posed to us, we will look at it. But if it's unclassified, then going forward, it's okay. The unclassified, they could jump from N1 to N20 tomorrow, and as long as starting tomorrow they're getting paid the N20 salary, that's fine. But going back to when they were hired in January, according to this most recent opinion, if they're unclassified, no, it shouldn't be retroactive unless there's a specific statute that approves it.
Right. So if an employee was hired in June, given a raise in July, and the paperwork said August, and it was retroactive to July, then that's a no-no.
If the promotion was approved on July, there would be an issue there of when the actual signing of the documents were. I'd have to look at it. I can't. I'd have to see all the documents first.
Right on. Okay. So what audits you got cooking?
we started with the port. We're trying to get those out, trying to do audits virtually is really, really, really difficult because constantly asking for documents and the lag time that's taken, it really just drags out what is a long process anyway and a just horribly long process of waiting for responses. So we're trying to get out the port, the remainder of the port 7. We've been trying to get the follow-up audit on the cigarette tax, but unfortunately, Revenue and Taxation has been really busy trying to get out, and I understand. They've had to get the All Rise checks out and a whole bunch of other checks out, and income taxes, and so they finally provided my auditor some time for a walkthrough just this week, and so we're starting to get some field work done so that we can satisfy the GAGAS requirement for doing field work, and besides just virtually getting information.
What about this?
We're doing the COVID hotels, the quarantine hotels, trying to figure out the use of the money on what whether or not any analytics were done to determine how many rooms were necessary. Do we need 600 rooms when we only had 200, or now only 7? We'll see. We're trying to, and so we're getting all those documents together to try to put that out. We have some compliance audits that we're trying to get out. We issued one compliance audit just recently, and demand's just setting in, so I can't remember what it was now.
GAX.
Guahan Academy Charter School?
Yeah. No, just some compliance audits. And so we have hopefully another compliance audit coming out on, it was a CCR that we just released, the Citizen Centric Reports compliance audits. And hopefully in the next month, we'll be able to issue a compliance report on audit on Senator Estevez's legislation that required all the agencies to have their standard operating procedure developed and posted on their website, which was a good piece of legislation because it's, for audits, it's imperative that we at least have something to guide ourselves. When we're going in for an audit, we always want to know, do you have something written that we can look at to see whether or not you're following your standard operating procedure? And if they don't have a SOP posted on their website, or they don't have one developed, then it makes it impossible to audit. That was the problem that we had with the first audit on the cigarette tax, that they were developing a SOP on how to collect the sin taxes, but they never got it in writing. And so it's really, and everybody just kind of remembers this is the way that we did it, and this is the way that we're doing it, but there's nothing that we can say, but you didn't comply with section so-and-so of your SOP. And so, we're trying to get everybody to get their SOPs up so that when we look at them, we know what the ruler is that we're supposed to be guiding ourselves against.
Well, so you're trying to get
Or what
those
rules.
SOPs in order, but it seems like it's a lot of SOS, huh?
Well, at least if they aren't complying with the SOP that's online, you can say you violated section such and such of your SOP. As opposed to going in and they just say, well, you need this, and they go, you need this and this and this, and they go, okay, and you come back and you provide this and this and this, and then they all of a sudden say, and you also need that and that and that, but that's not in your SOP. Well, that's something where that's violative of your SOP. So we're trying to get it so that it's easier for the citizens to go in and you to go in to say, is this in compliance with the SOP that you've provided? It doesn't sound like it.
Well, what about, so I know you're doing the CARES Act, you've come out with something on that, and then you're doing the quarantine hotels. What about like audits on the Education Stabilization Fund and the ARP, those types of things? There's a lot of training.
We haven't started ARP yet. Because that money really still hasn't been all used. I mean, we probably should have done something earlier, but the ARP, they were waiting for guidance on how to use it. On the Education Stabilization Funds, there will be some audit of that in the upcoming single audit that's being conducted now by the external auditors. And depending on what they say, what they find, we may decide that in calendar year 2022, we may include an audit of that also.
When you say the ESF and the audit, are we talking about how GDOE spent the ESF funds, or and also how Adelup spent it? Because there was that big chunk, and then some went to Adelup, and then some went to GDOE.
Right. And then so Adelup awarded, they came out with a release, was like August? In August, and they basically said that
it's over like $39 million.
$39 million.
77 projects.
It was $39 million was awarded to 77 different. Was it all nonprofits, or it was not a combination?
Some mayor's offices,
right? Yeah.
Some government agencies. I think it was for different things.
Yeah. So which one are you talking about? All of it, right?
That may probably be an audit that we will conduct in calendar year 22. We're putting together our audit plan for next calendar year. So if you want to send me some topics, you're more than welcome to.
Okay.
Right on. Yeah. You still have that tip line? Is there like a tip line?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And your app, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So if you guys want to snitch out any government corruption, I mean, please do. It's what's the number, VJ?
It's the same number, 4753-0390.
475-0390, and then they can also submit tips on the website.
They can go online to the hotline.
And BJ, just for the people out there, what type of tips are you looking for as an auditor?
Anything that involves government operations and expenditure of government funds. I keep trying to explain to people that we're not the ombudsman's office. I have one complainant that keeps writing to me trying to get some deeds, and I'm like, I can't be your law firm. You're going to need to hire an attorney to
I think we had that same visitor.
to settle your fights between you and your siblings.
So, BJ, when you how many tips would you say you get, in I guess a month?
We get 3 or 4, and we have a hotline committee. Several of the auditors review whatever comes in online and what is called in, and we record it, and then the committee does investigations to determine. And then we're also required, when we get hotline tips, when we get tips, we have to report those tips if it involves a certain agency. Like if somebody calls in and they say that they believe this is happening at autonomous agency such and such. When I do the entrance conference for the financial audit for that autonomous agency, I will also tell the external auditors I have received no tips, no hotline tips, or I have received X number of hotline tips, and these are the tips that I received regarding alleged fraud in your agency. I mean, in the agency that you're auditing. So they will look into it.
I wanted to ask BJ, what about the pandemic unemployment assistance program? Is that something that just gets audited federally, or do you kind of take a look at that too?
I'm hoping that I mean, that's going to be, that's such a huge one. I really don't have the capability to be able to do that, because that audit is really going to need an agency that has a computer system with all the artificial intelligence and the robots in it to go in and look for the data and sort it all out. I unfortunately don't have that program here.
Right, but is it within your jurisdiction?
It could be within my jurisdiction. Yeah, I mean it is. It's just I would rather hope that the federal government would do it, because they have the resources to be able to look at it. I mean, that involves what now? We're up to,
I think it's like 900 some million or a billion.
Almost $1 billion
right,
in CUA.
Which, I mean, to me is crazy. That's, I mean, the bigger the money, the bigger the fraud. But what you're saying is that
well, they've been finding some.
Yeah.
They've been doing some, but they seem to have an internal auditor there that's catching some. I'm not sure how they're finding it, but they seem to have an internal audit group that's looking at stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but you
and
know,
there will be.
But I mean,
in my discussions with the federal government, there will come a time soon that they will be here to do some audits.
All right. So basically what you're saying is that they've been auditing themselves, and that you don't have the technology to get into an audit at that level, because we're talking $1 billion, thousands of applicants. That being said, though, BJ, do we need to upgrade the Office of the Public Auditor so that you can be able to do those kind of audits? Because it's pretty huge. We're talking about $1 billion.
Yeah. I mean, it's an issue of one. I mean, I could buy the program right now. Unfortunately, it's just I'm going to need to also be able to figure out a way to hire someone with the capability of being able to work with the program that I purchased. because it's senseless to get a program that I have nobody that's going to be able to work with it. And those kinds of people, you know, are six figures and some. I mean, I was blessed to listen to a program that was done by one of the EY auditors, and they had some guy from their Korea office. I think it was a Korea office, or was it just a young man who was trained in at MIT, who was Korean, who was talking. I mean, I can barely turn on the computer, and he was just talking about all the robots, all the bots, and AI, and the technology of being able to send all these things and it'll call through all that information and come back to you with a report. I mean, or at least a breakdown, and say, well, we've looked at all of these, and all of these are the ones that we find that have some question.
Yeah. I mean, we only asked because the federal U.S. Department of Labor just came out with this glowing review of Department of Labor, not on Guam, in the CNMI, and they said, man, you guys did a bang-up job with this. So it kind of made me wonder, like, where's the Guam rave review? And then I got to kind of thinking that DOL, they did an above-step recruitment to hire Kathleen Pareto to run the PUA program. And so what we're looking at, judging from what you're saying, is that they've been auditing themselves. No one knows how to use the program but them. And that in order for us to do an audit, it's a very gargantuan task that we're not going to get around to anytime soon, and let's leave it to Uncle Sam.
It will. They will all be looked at some point, and fortunately or unfortunately, it will not be this office. Right. I just lost another one of my threes last week. My senior people. So all I have now are I think I have like 8 1s and 2 2s and 3 3s.
Where are you losing your auditors to?
Well, this last senior person went to the NAVFAC.
Darn. All right. Well, good talk, BJ.
Okay.
Thanks, BJ.
Thank you.
I'll send you those documents. Maybe look them over and let me know.
Okay.
Thank you, Public Auditor.
Stay healthy.
All right. Yep. You been working out, BJ?
Yeah.
Right on. All right.
We got to pull up that commercial for Gold's Gym.
Yeah, we were talking about that before you came in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Jason always talks about it. It's one of his favorite commercials.
That's a classic part of Guam history. It's like if you guys have no idea what we're talking about. Yeah, it's this panning up and you know, like, what was it, from feet? Panning up, and so you see the feet, and then it's like, too old, can't do this anymore.
Right.
Too slow, and then it's BJ there, like, just ripping the weights. Yeah, right.
Yep.
and I am not being melodramatic. BJ at the time,
for real.
Shredded.
We gotta find that.
Now you're more
that
like
was 20 years ago, Jason.
Wow. Gotta find it.
Well, we're gonna dig, okay?
And that's back when they had those really, really thin Gold's Gym shirts too, right? The ones that
the spaghetti strap.
The spaghetti strap.
Hang on.
I still wear them.
Probably got like one on under his shirt.
Shoot, and Halloween was the other day.
Yeah. Okay, Public Auditor. Let's go before this starts to get frisky. 9:48. Yeah, guys, we're gonna take a break from sending FOIAs because we're gonna go look for this Gold's Gym commercial. 9:48. Let's take a quick break, and then we're gonna come back and wrap up the show with a little bit about the
Diwali Festival.
Right.
Yeah,
I love this thing. It's on the way right here on the link. Good morning.
Neil Armstrong. Learn about people and organizations making a difference in our community on the greater good every Wednesday during the link. Building awareness, promoting events, generating change. Find inspiration to seek out the greater good every Wednesday. Listen, watch, stream. Miss the link? Miss a lot. Presented by Jay Goodman, a happiness company, and Guam Windward Memorial. Celebrate life.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Join the conversation now with Chris and Sabrina. Call 637-0094. Breeze 93.9 FM.
Welcome back to The Link, everybody. We have had my buddy Ranja on hold for a few minutes now because we were talking about the Diwali festival. Happy Diwali! So our brothers and sisters in the Indian community of Guam always have celebrated this. Traditionally, they would do these wonderful big celebrations over at the Dusitani and invite us, the community at large, to celebrate along with them in the Festival of Light and the Triumph of Light over Darkness. Unfortunately, because of things being the way they are right now with social restrictions, Rajna is on with us right now on the phone. So we are going to talk about how Diwali continues to be celebrated in today. So Hafide and good morning. And man, it has been a long time since I've been able to interview you.
Good morning, Jay.
Hi, and how are you, first of all?
I'm great. How about
Yeah, well, thanks for joining us. And let's just talk about, like, of course, Diwali, the Festival of Lights by the Indian community. It lasts 5 days beginning today, right?
Yes.
Okay, and do we? I remember I asked you this last time when I interviewed for KUM News Extra, but if we should interact, whether electronically or in person from a safe distance, we always say Happy Diwali.
Correct.
Okay, so Happy Diwali to you and your family as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so how is Diwali being celebrated this year, given the limitations and restrictions on what we can do and how we can gather?
Everybody is doing prayers in their own homes, and I believe that friends and close friends and family are still getting together to share a meal and exchange gifts. So it is being celebrated, but just pretty low key.
That's wonderful. And certainly this does not take away from the sentiment and exactly what this means. So what is it like? For those of us, I know a lot of people were introduced to the celebration of Diwali in the last few years with you and your friends at the Indian community of Guam and the event that you would have. But what are maybe more traditional Diwali celebrations in the home? Like what are they like within a family unit?
So we do our prayers, and it's the goddess Lakshmi, who is the goddess of wealth and prosperity. We pray to her, things like that, and just it's a family gathering, spending time with family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sounds like an absolutely wonderful time, and certainly something to look forward to. I'm greatly looking forward when, hopefully this time next year, November of 2022. Hopefully we're going to be back to that point when we can.
Yes.
You can hopefully invite us and we can gather together as a community, because those are always unbelievable. I want to talk about the food for a minute, because you mentioned food. All of these different components make Diwali like absolutely amazing. But what is there a particular like traditional foods that are done from like year to year, and do families kind of like have their own like little like maybe sub traditions, for lack of a better term, of like things they make?
So I think the foods are going to be mostly based on the region of India that you're from. So the northern parts, the southern parts. I think it's maybe what your family enjoys the most, something more grand. It's kind of like for Thanksgiving, you'll do a turkey, but you won't do a turkey throughout the year.
Mm-hmm. That sounds
Probably.
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, probably something like that. And, we're just kind of working with what we can find here.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people do bring their spices from India, and we work with what we have here. There's a lot of lamb, maybe chicken, a lot of people who are vegetarian and don't indulge. So it just really varies.
Oh, man. Please, can we have Diwali normal like right now? Because, I mean, the food, the sentiment, the love, the festivities, I would really like to get back to that point. But can you tell us now, like, how about for families that can't all, because of geography, or, they may be away at school, or they may be, for whatever reason, not be in the same place at the same time? Like, are they able to be brought in like via Zoom or via like other mediums like that?
So I know the phone calls started a couple days ago, and just kind of working your way through the relatives all over, wishing them, asking them what their plans are. They're like, I have family everywhere. I have family in India. I have family in the States. Family in the States has been celebrating until tomorrow, but in India, they've kind of already started the celebrations by cleaning their houses, applying a fresh coat of paint, for example, closing the books in their businesses, just starting the new year.
All right. Well, do you have a rough estimate of like how large is the Indian community of Guam, like the organization?
Here on Guam,
Mm-hmm.
I would say several hundred.
Yeah, I was gonna say I know many people in it, and I mean it's a wonderful organization. You guys do so much things in a positive way, and you can check them out online. Everybody, is it indiacommunityofguam.com, right?
Right.
All right, and they've got a lot of really cool information about Diwali, about the other community service initiatives they do year round and everything like that. So man, it was great catching up with you, and happy Diwali again and again. Hopefully we'll be back to a more normal celebration of the Festival of Lights this time next year. But as for 2021, we wish you and your family the very best.
Happy Diwali, Jason. Take care.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
Man, I like that. And if you want to see like about give it a Google if you're unfamiliar with the Diwali festival. It's absolutely amazing. But stay tuned because we are going to be back right after this. We got Cover Me, and then we're going to wrap up the show. So sit tight.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again,
And we're back for Cover Me, which is proudly brought to you by our friends at Burger King. Thank you so much, Burger King, and also Docomo Pacific for helping us promote the local music by supporting Cover Me, which again is brought to you by Burger King. Can you handle the heat? Can you? Try the ghost pepper chicken nuggets now at Burger King. They're delicious, right, Bree?
Yes, they are.
There's like a smoky kind of flavor to it.
Nice heat to it, too.
Got a little kick and a punch. All right, so check them at Burger King. Again, it's Cover Me. Let's take you back to last year. This is a song from my friend Eric and the group Masaya Hoffa, and it's Matiket How. And they wrote this song when, remember there was a press conference last year and the governor had said something like, oh, if you're going to go to the grocery store, you got to put this letter on your car or whatever. And then there was like talk about getting tickets, right, for violating the then COVID protocols. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a flashback, huh? With Masaya Hoffa and Matiket How. Our Cover Me brought to you this morning by Burger King and Docomo Pacific.
Stay clean, Guam. And stay home.